All right, it's nice to have everyone in here. Welcome to Super Bowl 60 coverage here on the Sports Money Network. I'm your host and friend, Ramon Scott. Thank you for joining me here on this special day and give me a chance to go watch the Super Bowl with the people who are closest to me, you guys here. Nobody here is watching it with me. It's just me and you here at Santa Clara, and what a game of players are being introduced right now. We have a few bets out there. We've talked about it on a few shows here. Really appreciate you joining me here on the Sports Money Network. Everyone's filing in. We're going to have a huge crowd in here. Get your comments ready. We'll just have them on the screen. We're not going to have time to flash them up there. Just want to say hello to everybody. Thank you so much for joining me here. I couldn't think of a better way to spend the Super Bowl, actually, than with you folks who support me and the channel here so much. I'll hopefully have plenty of things to talk about with you guys as well as we go along here with the show. So we'll just start to get those comments going on the screen, maybe highlight the first few, but going to be awesome here tonight with Patriots, of course, as we approach game time here. Underdogs, my pick, the Patriots. I think it was clear about that on the shows here. Just felt like, to me, man, the public, everyone's on these Seahawks here, it feels like right now. Talk about a public favorite, but the percentages don't necessarily say that, right? Is it just the experts? Is it just the talking heads? A lot of people send the betting splits over and say, look at this. It's underdog. It's still the over. The public's on the over. I'm going over because everyone's going under. Just call me square here on Super Bowl Sunday. We talked about a lot of the players as well here today. Who's your pick for MVP? Tell me your Super Bowl memories. What are you eating here right now? I just finished a steak from the grill and come in here and be with you guys. Hopefully we got it going. We might be able to do something with this background. I'm not saying we just threw this together, but what we'll do is just keep covering the stats, give my play-by-play and observations of the game. I'll be monitoring also the latest from social media as well. So maybe we'll make some viral moments here with me on the show today. I don't know what I can do about my background. I didn't want to get too crazy with it. I think a reflection, my usual reflection might be a little too much. Hopefully it's not dragging the video too much here. And we'll be around for the whole game. Might take a second off or two for the national anthem. I don't want to interfere in such a special moment, but interviews here with stars for Seattle. Jackson Smith and Jigba gets a last-minute interview on the field for the Seahawks. Drake May for the Patriots. Of course, maybe they're just picking the best players on those teams, right? Where was Sam Darnold if he's so good? He wasn't even in the MVP discussion. But let's be fair, Darnold's best plays kind of come of late, right? Towards the end of the season. Here, look, he had a great season here with just 3 losses with this team. But, as it kind of went along, he emerged as having a great season, one of the best seasons we've seen. So Drake May, he's the one that finished second in the voting there. Hello to Blake. Hello to Nick Handy. Jags in the chat. Blake. Andrew K in there. He's ready for the halftime show. Pacheco de Gallo with us today. Jags as well. Who else? Thanks, guys. We got a lot of people watching Sports Money. The guys there, they're probably using me as their play-by-play with their friends over here. Enjoy the game, you guys. I think I'll give a credible call. Don't want to butt in on Mike Tirico. I mean, this is his first call of a Super Bowl, believe it or not. Man who's guided us through a lot of big moments. Also, we're keeping track here, not to bury the lead, right? Another playoff in golf here because Matsuyama can't get out of a bunker correctly. He bogeyed the last hole. We've got Goddard and Matsuyama right now at the Waste Management Open here. They've just hit their shots here, and oh my goodness, as Matsuyama flirted with danger down here, he might have hurt a spectator with that shot. Who's going to win at the Waste Management Open right now? Wow, a little bit of late sports action today. Hope you enjoyed the earlier games. I didn't have that great a day with my college picks, but the ones on the air, I think we did a pretty healthy job. tell me some of your plays out here. Look, I focused in on a lot of my guys on the show. I hope it was enough. I didn't want to come in here and belabor it too much right now, but for me, I don't mind Jackson Smith and Jigba to have a huge game here, but man, really? I mean, is he really going to get 94, 95 yards? That would be a great game. I mean, that would be almost some numbers that would prove that Seattle is the best team, because those numbers are really jacked up for any, I think there's a little bit to the fact that it is a Super Bowl, and maybe these numbers here, they might be fair because of the emphasis on the unders. Is it the sharps that are keeping the total down here? 45, that's not an outrageous total, right, for a Super Bowl. I mean, we've seen, maybe with more prolific offenses, higher numbers here, but I think those defenses are so well respected, especially Seattle's defense. They seem to get a lot of respect, but where's the respect for the Patriots' offensive line? That's what I'm wondering. I think they've got the studs up front there, and will it be a matter of who protects the quarterback better? Which quarterback doesn't make the mistakes here? Look, as soon as Charlie Puth comes on, we're going to just cut it off for a little bit. When the national anthem comes on, we'll be right back on after that. Let's see who else is joining me in the chat. Like I said, we got a couple hundred of you in here already, and where are the commenters? I know once the game starts, you'll be ready to go. I think my players here, certainly, I went over some of the guys I liked. Of course, I think Ramondre Stevenson is my star on the Patriots here. I think that unless they decide to go back to Henderson a little bit and get him more involved, really, it's kind of been, as the last few weeks have gone along, Stevenson going up and Henderson going down a little bit. Now, we know Henderson has great potential in the future, maybe even to maybe he could be a star if they've utilized him in the game plan. We know he's got the speed, but really it's more of a matter of Stevenson's use, going up and up and up, trusting him. They say Henderson's been having trouble figuring out the hole, which guys to run behind. Hey, help me out on the it might be just my computer going a little bit slow, but I just want to know if the video is okay. Oh, we'll talk through America the Beautiful, I think, a little bit, even though we love Brandy Carlisle. If you're my age anyway, doing America the Beautiful here right now. So we'll get back to let her do her thing. We'll talk through it a little bit, I think. Love you, Brandy. But we got action here. And, Hideki's taking a drop right now over here to get a little bit of relief. No penalty or anything, but just where the ball was, he was inside the red line. So he was able to take a drop, and it's finished. He's going to have to make a shot here. Goddard might be able to grab this victory here. Man, Goddard is, you got to think of anybody right now. They're kind of budding star a little bit. It's Goddard. I mean, this guy was finishing strong last year, and I think he's in position now to win this golf tournament here at the moment. Currently, I mean, they may have taken it off the board here right now. It still feels like a little bit of a pick 'em, but Goddard is going to have a regular approach shot here, and Hideki's going to have to do a little bit of work here from that pew bunker, just beyond the pew bunker there right now. So he's going to have a chance to go at the green, but he's not going to have as much control over where it lands there, I think. But got to keep an eye on that here right now. So just seeing some of the faces here getting ready for the bowl from Mike Vrabel. We're visiting some of our troops. Is that a shot live from the from the Middle East? Is that from the Gulf there with the 332nd Air Expeditionary Wing? Yeah, they're in the Middle East, and there's a lot of them there. Hey, look, you're here with me, and you know my position on this whole thing, but this is is this the most politically charged Super Bowl we've ever had? Is that controversial to say? But, we know we've got in one corner Robert Kraft, great buddy of Donald Trump, and in the other corner we've got Starbucks. We've got kind of the other side. Oh, that's a great shot by Hideki. Oh, tremendous. He's going to have a birdie attempt of about 12 feet. Really quality there from Hideki after he blew it. Let's face it, he blew it on that last hole. He would have won there, but it's going to be Goddard up or Hideki here. Scotty made the charge that everybody expected. He's going to finish just one stroke back. Okay, here we go. Going to have the national anthem right now. We'll be right back. All right, drama guy, I get it here. No problem. Great job by Charlie Puth and the flyover here by the U.S. Air Force and Navy. What a plane that is. Look out, Supreme Leader. Maybe this is a time. Nobody cares in Iran about the Super Bowl, so maybe we'll strike right now, though, while everybody's getting ready for the game here. This will be the sneak attack for us. Okay, but man, I'm really still watching this action. And oh, what a shot by Goddard up with a great putt right there. What a putt by Goddard, and he wins the Waste Management Open. He nailed his putt. Man, he rolled that in perfectly. Oh, what a moment. Right in time to get ready for the Super Bowl, just in time for Chris Goddard. Wow. Not necessarily a long shot in this field. Like I said, everybody's a long shot when you're up against Scotty, but Chris Goddard wins over Hideki Matsuyama here at the Waste Management Open. All right. Hey, what was the time? Anybody with the time there on that? We're seeing some of the times come out right now. I think they're kind of saying it. Was it under? Under. Everyone's saying under. It went under. Do you guys agree? Was it under there with Charlie Puth there? I want to hear from you in the chat. Here are Tom's great to see you. Parma Jake ready to go. Jeff ready to go as well. Talking about that, but yeah, man, Jeff, you were talking USC earlier. We got a lot of USC talk today, and my favorite USC game was the game against Texas, of course. I mean, what a moment that was. Of course, I was a huge Reggie Bush fan, so. All right. I'm also seeing other comments on social. Will the bombing take place by halftime here? So 119.5 seconds. A lot of people are saying right now for the national anthem, that would be an under. Okay, let's see who else. There's Bobby Mack. So glad you guys are joining me here right now. What would I be doing here? I'd be all by myself watching the game. So, Stephon Diggs, get ready to go here. Oh, let me put on maybe some scoreboards and stuff here for me. But I've got, I'm listening to Tarico. You won't miss anything if you're with me here. You know, I might be plagiarizing a little bit. Well, whatever he comes up with. But again, I'm all over social media here to let you know what's going on and some of the hot trends as well today. So, what a day at the Olympics, too. Wasn't it amazing? The American earlier today winning there, but all in the downhill skiing. But man, really a tragedy there with Lindsey Vonn. There's no way Lindsey Vonn should have been on that ski course today. Really a huge mistake. Look, she's the queen. She's the greatest, one of the greatest ever American, right? But should have took this one off. It was tragic. It was like you knew it was going to happen, especially after you saw the early navigation of some of the skiers down the hill having even trouble with that first move, right? And she couldn't even, and she was in, all of a sudden in trouble there. So that sucked. All right, let me make sure I got some good coverage on here so I don't miss anything. I've even got the Puppy Bowl on in one spot here. And yeah, that alternative halftime, if you want to go check that out, I'm okay with that too. But we're going to be watching Bad Bunny here for sure. We're still moments away from the coin toss. We don't have a fancy ball here. I don't have any fancy graphics. I don't have Razor. I don't have Mike. We just have these backgrounds. But it's going to be about me telling you what's happening at the Super Bowl here. And the captains are coming out now for the Seahawks. Some great guys here. You got Njigba, Darnold, Leonard Williams, Julian Love. Watch out, Julian Love. I ended up playing his tackles over in this game. I've got Barmore for a sack. I got Williams over as well for the Patriots. Drake May, Hunter Henry, Spillane looking healthy out here. Jones, Landry, Christian Gonzalez, part of the group as well. And we're getting ready for the coin toss here. Patriots wearing their all white, huh? Love that uniform for them. And we'll see who gets the ball. For the first time in NFL history, all players will get a six-figure bonus in this game. And I think also the little bit of controversy, because everyone talks about who were the pregame announcers on. I don't think did they ever show it? They all were kind of going, Shanahan was up there. Of course, he's on Seattle. I think they were all on Seattle. I mean, isn't everybody on Seattle here? I think in our chat, it kind of feels like Seattle too. Oh, Mikey says no. Yeah, right, Mr. Wesker, it's good to see you as well. And Pacheco de Gauss says, no, they all, in fact, when I said I was going to do it, you'd have been amazed. I mean, they all want Jeff, Mike, Dylon, people from other channels. Let's do it. Hey, not that I'm some special guy, but I don't think anybody likes to do it, the Super Bowl. And, I didn't really have a choice. I love the Super Bowl so much that I want to be on here with my folks here right now. So, hey, Joe Montana, Super Bowl legend right now, going to be out here as the honorary coin toss, honorary captain, I guess you could call it here. And there you see also the official for tonight's game. Not a lot of trends, I think, here. I think Mike was talking about Sean Smith a little bit. He's the head official in the game, 61 overs and 65 unders in his career. And ironically, his average point score for the Super Bowl is 44. So pretty much right on the total. We're approaching game time here. The total has flattened pretty much everywhere at 45. We're seeing DK 45.5 under minus 112 here right now. So let me know what again. Nobody said anything about my screen is kind of hanging a little bit, but also I'm running this graphics here, and I got the the thing that fixes your skin up. Little button that says make yourself look a little more handsome. So maybe I'm overdoing it. Maybe I turned it on a little too high. Joe Montana, he knows how to flip a coin. Heads it is. Seattle did call tails, and it did land heads. Heads it is. There you go. Is anybody up or down so far? New England deferred, I believe. So Seattle will get it first here. Did anybody with Mikey was on the heads? Everybody I think gravitates towards tails. Hey, one book had it minus 102 on one side, minus 103 on the other. I thought, oh my God, what's the well? It turned out that they could only have a 5-cent difference, so they had to pick one or the other. Maybe it was the 102 price was maybe what they needed. All right, I'll try not to be too goofy here on the broadcast. We want to keep a serious tone here, of course, for the game. And look, kind of watch the commercials. I might be quiet a little bit during the commercials, a little bit to see what you guys like, and we can even grade the commercials if you want in the chat, or just say if you really liked it. If one really comes up that you really like, we're not going to do every one, but just mention it in the chat. That was awesome. That was one of my favorites. Every once in a while, hey, that wasn't as good as such and such a product here. Right now, we got. Wait till the game though. These are cheaper. These are cheaper commercials. Okay. So who had heads? Remember, that was the result. Heads was the result. Some people, some books did have what team would win the toss, but more so the tradition would say heads or tails there. So, and man, we got gambling sponsors, of course. Here we got Matthew Berry doing a little DraftKings promo. You know what you won't see during the game? I believe the prediction markets. Were they actually banned from the commercials? We'll see about that. But let's see if there is, because we know Kalshi's had some really outrageous commercials, but I think they said no prediction market companies. That I guess that's wrong, because technically DraftKings, remember what Mr. Wesker said, they already are going with those. Was it someone said it anyway? The prediction markets are now live in California. So DraftKings said we're going into prediction markets. Sounds like just a fancy word for sportsbook, although no doubt in prediction markets, remember, you're supposed to match them up with their exchanges, right? So you're supposed to match them up with other punters, other people who are bidding contracts. That's what we call it. And let me bump up the chat here a little bit so I can read it on screen, okay? That's what we want. We want tall. Yeah, tall to get more on there. Yeah, tall. We want tall to get more on there. Try not to be any outrageous cussing or anything, okay? Wow, you get to run the little 12 flag up here. Do the Patriots have anything they get to do? Now, here's another thing. The Patriots are ringing the bell. That's what they're doing, okay? So the two teams get there. But the other thing is, the Seahawks, they get to play on this field, once a year here, obviously, with their trip into San Francisco. So I'd say there's familiarity there. I think that's pretty good. Hey, there's my man, Rashid Shaheed, also Bayless Jones Jr., ready to return the kick. Just want to I always want to talk about it, but here's the Super Bowl. Rashid Shaheed is from my hometown of San Diego, went to Mount Carmel High School. He's obviously one of the most exciting players right now returning kicks. He's almost legendary, but this one's going to be into the end zone and a touchback. All right. Hey, who took touchback on the opening kickoff here today? And no return. You don't want to kick it to a dangerous man. We saw towards the regular season and in the playoffs, that little strategic kick, trying to kind of aim it to the corners in front of the pylon, trying to kick it so the guy has to field it right around the 5-yard line. But You don't want to give Rashid Shaheed a chance here right now. So thanks for joining me, everybody. It's awesome. I really would like to have your comments. I'll maybe put up the good ones on the screen. And, in a couple of years, Andrew K. talk about the markets already tomorrow and what conference will win. Will it go up or down? And we're going to have a handoff here to Walker around the left side. He's going to pick up yardage. He's got 9. He might have 10. Give him 10 yards on the first play of the game for Kenneth Walker III. Awesome. So, touchback came in. Touchback actually had pretty long odds considering for one play, right? Let me know what you want to hear from me as well here with the broadcast. But like I said, I'm going to be going over the stats, instant stats here pretty much. Sometimes we see it kind of slow. Walker gets the carry again. He might have lost a half a yard. The ball's at the 44-yard line here right now. I wish I had like a little scoreboard or something here. I kind of do behind me, but the reflection of the game, I was just a little bit uncomfortable. Razor lets me get away with it on Monday nights because it's backwards and everything, but let's just not chance it here. All right, here we go. 2nd down, 10. Seahawks taking their sweet time here right now. Ball at the 44.5-yard line. And Njigba goes in motion. Darnold with time, sets and fires. This one's complete, and it's yardage for Barner. Barner's got a first down here, and we talked about Barner. I mean, it's no secret, but just remember this about Barner, too, is that, when it goes to time for the quarterback sneak or the tush push, if you will, Barner is the man who comes in to play quarterback. So ball's at the 41 here. They fake the reverse to Shaheed, double fake on the reverse, and Darnold's got his man. It's Cooper Kupp. Completion down here. A great job here by the Seahawks. That was actually very well thrown. Great touch, just out of the reach of the cornerback. Really great coverage. And you could actually review this. He's got it. Man, you might need a double review. Get that snap off right now, and they do. Darnold with time, rolling. Now he's going to back up. He's really pressured, but he's going to throw into the end zone, incomplete. Threw it away. That one, look, I think it was a completion, but the first one was down. He's kind of like fighting with the ball in his hands. He's got it, but there was a split second where maybe he'd already lifted the 1 foot. Doesn't matter now. They're showing it actually again here. And I'm going to have to give it to him. He pinned that ball against his stomach there. Great coverage by Jones, but it was just such a well-thrown ball and a very strong catch as well. So Seattle in the red zone here, 2nd and 10 from the 17. And 8 yards back in the backfield is Walker. They're going to give it to him around the right side. Pressure's on. He's going to gain, fights ahead, falls forward, gain of 3 for Walker here. Walker starting out pretty good here. 3 carries for 13 yards. Start the game here. 4 touchdowns in the postseason. At 190 yards in the postseason. From Memphis. Thank you to Mike for retweeting the broadcast. We got a great audience in here right now. Amazing to have you guys joining me here. I'll talk about the Sports Money Network in a little bit. Right now, 3rd down, 7 from the 15. Darnold throws incomplete. He was intended for Shaheed. Davis with the coverage, and we're going to get a field goal attempt. Razor, you out there? Could we see a field goal fest? There have been some games this season, where both these kickers more so with Myers. Myers had 6 field goals in a game this season. Who was that against? Indianapolis. He was 6 for 6 and an 18-16 victory. He's made all 3 of his attempts. And this one's going to be from, 33 yards here right now with 12:02 left in the first quarter. Oh, it's good. Ooh! He squeezed it in there, and he got it in. It wasn't pretty. And I might have got Mikey, I might need the readers here a little bit. It was just the sun was in the background a little bit. Beautiful day here in Santa Clara. 3-0. 3-0. Let's update that graphic. Let's update the line. So, 3 minutes into the game, 3 points. I'd say that's on track for still a little bit of an over. I don't think we're going to be seeing the line move too much off of that. Nice drive, stalled a little bit there. It really, even though the completion was an awesome pass there to Barner, it was very good coverage. I'd say the Patriots' pass defense was up to the challenge on that drive. The run defense, maybe not so much, although they did have the one tackle for loss here. So Seattle's a 4.5 point favorite, and the total's 45. Is that right? No, let me get the fresh line here. Come on, Ramon, be ready for this. Right now, the State Farm commercials got some rock and roll. You know who that is? State Farm with the John Bon Jovi out here. The thing about John Bon Jovi, you talk about his involvement with football. He's been an owner of an Arena Football League team, big Philadelphia Eagles fan, obviously, and a good fan of the game for sure. Now you got the guys from Saturday Night Live doing a kind of a virtual commercial where Jost is having his words kind of AI'd in a little bit. They were faking a Super Bowl commercial from a janitor's room. That was cute. That was funny. And I got a Toyota commercial here. This one's a little more serious, but it's got Puka in there on a Toyota. Puka's looking at a younger self there. Okay, 4.5 right now. And let's see what's that live total at, you guys. Maybe I should do a betting show here. 4.5, minus 1. No, 5.5 here now at some books as well. 5.5. Still 45.5, it looks like here at this point. Maybe a little bit of move there to the Seahawks, grabbing those first points. Obviously, they're favored in the game. So Myers, a 33-yard field goal here. Seattle, 51 yards there on that drive. 38 yards through the air. Darnold, 2 for 4 for 38 yards. Walker, 3 for 13 so far. And we'll get a kickoff here. Hey, for those of you just joining me, seeing me for the first time, welcome to the Sports Money Network. We're a sports betting channel here on YouTube. We have programming every day, 2 anchor shows. We're getting the return here. Kyle Williams. No, it's Dearness Johnson at the goal line. And he returns it out near the 28-yard line where the Patriots will start their first drive for Drake May. How about the pregame features on May and Darnold? I think May's story is a little bit more compelling with all of his brothers. We all remember his dad too. Man, I remember him, that guy now. His dad playing quarterback there in North Carolina. Ramondre Stevenson. Man, the crowd here really loud for Seattle here as they started at the 28-yard line. Stevenson picked up yardage to the 34-yard line. Call it 2nd and 4 right now. But May and his family, so athletic, the family. Ramondre is going to pick up 2.5, but they're going to have a 3rd and 2. Maybe 1.5 here right now is Stevenson. Look, I have Stevenson here to be the workhorse back. I don't know if they'll get it. Yeah, I'm sure there'll be spells in there for Henderson, but to me, Henderson was on the outs. You're going to need a little bit of contribution here. I thought his projections actually were a little high. Stevenson will come out and line up wide receiver to the left side here on this play. And New England is set up, in a gun here. All receivers in, but now Stevenson's going to come back and join him in kind of a halfback position. But May back to pass, throws to Stevenson. It's read well, but he breaks the tackle and gets the first down. Missed on that opportunity there. That was a chance to hold him short for sure. Nice try, but Stevenson slipped the tackle and got past the first down marker, which was at the 38-yard line. He actually picked up more yardage than that. And got out, 43-yard line. Julian Love, I've got him for his over tackles and assists there, but he missed that one. Patriots at the 43-yard line, 1st and 10. Play action on a man in motion, and they throw it to that man in motion. It is, beautiful run here. And picking up yardage is Demario Douglas, 8 yards for Douglas. They brought him in motion and ended up throwing to him along the left side in the flat. Demario Douglas picks up 8 yards, pretty well-designed play. Thomas was late on the coverage there, and he got juked out of his shoes. Actually, they're nice gain for. Look out for the offenses, you guys. All you under players, let me be on the over for once, okay? I'm the guy always sticking us with unders. I'm going over in this one. Come on. Stevenson, the run, he'll get the first down to the 42-yard line here. Maybe even the 41 for Ramondre Stevenson. Look, he's going to take all these carries. Maybe Henderson. Look, the thing I thought with Henderson is just maybe they can get him the ball the outside. They were complaining about him having to not reading the blockers right, and that's kind of, he's in there now. Here's Henderson in the game. He is the lone back here, lined up just to the right of May. This is going to be exciting, guys. Come on, this is no blowout, please. May with time. He's pressured, though. He's sacked. Sackage here for the Seahawks. Just when I started to spout off here, Hall with the sack for the Seahawks. Man, you got to get rid of that. You got to get rid of that. Hall was pressuring edge rush from the outside and pretty much overran the tackle there, and Derek Hall in with the sack. That's a big play, especially after the Patriots were enjoying such success. May, all of his receivers were going to the left, and May was going to the right. Oh, where's the score? Where's our scoreboard here, you guys? May, 2nd and 20, steps up in the pocket. He's going to take off running. First coverage here, and he got a block, and he's going to make up big-time yardage here, at least to bring up a 3rd and 8. Right now, so he'll have a chance. Emanuori with the tackle, looking pretty good. No worse for wear with his injury right there. May 2 for 2 passing for 15 yards, and we'll see. Will he get the 6.5 carries today? Well, first drive, there goes May. It almost looked like a design run, like a quarterback draw in a way, even out of the shotgun. Maybe his first read or two was obviously not going to. I'd worry, though. I'd worry if the reads weren't there. This is 3rd and 9 on the screen. I'm going to call it 8.5. They got to get just shy of the 36. May's pressured again. He's got to get rid of it. No chance. Too much pressure. Too much pressure on that one. Witherspoon on the blitz. And it was no chance. He came from a blitz. He was lined up in coverage. A bad job by maybe May and the Patriots not to read that blitz. And again, they're rolling right. The blitz comes from the left. The receiver runs kind of a deep route. There, you got to take a chance, especially you're already over midfield. You throw it, you get it to that short receiver, try to get yourself in 4th and short. Then they might even have a chance for a field goal because they're going to punt from the 43.5-yard line of Seattle. Would have been a 60-yarder from here. So there's a spot for a fake, but no fake, obviously. They'll punt it, try to pin them back. May needs to be a better read on that. You take that yardage. If you only get 6-7 yards, you go with it. They could have tried a 53-yarder or something with just a short gain. So that's another win for Seattle here. Thank you, everybody in the chat, for joining me. Let's review the comments here. We get to another commercial here. Got some giant maybe mythical animals here. Oh, it's a Star Wars commercial here, kind of. You've got what's that little character's name, you guys? I forget. I was there. I saw Star Wars the first week there. I mean, I was in the theaters in 1977. Now we've got a bizarre commercial here with these famous comedians doing a little bit of rock and roll here, about a little bit of a throwback. Oh, it's bad. It's an Instacart commercial. Kind of a throwback here a little bit. All right, let's take a look at some comments. Thanks, everybody. Hope you don't think I'm ignoring them, but I'm looking at the game and trying to tell it to you. All right, let's see. Mr. Wesker's talking about that DraftKings. Jay's rides and shine. Hello to Jay in the chat. Who else is here commenting with me? Seth Dominius is here talking about the Seahawks. He thinks they'll get that ring. Second ring in 106 years. Of course, the Seahawks, I want to say they were born in 1977, 1976. They came into the league with the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. The Buccaneers famously lost their first, 24 games in the league. They finished, I think, 0-14 in the first season. But shortly thereafter, the Buccaneers actually made it all the way to the NFC Championship game in just a couple of years, back when it was harder for an expansion team to get to the Super Bowl. I remember they played the Rams and lost 9-0 in the NFC Championship game. Hey, Drake May finished with 15 yards on that drive. Ramondre, 3 for 12. May also ran for 11 yards. And Seth says the Pats have a bigger betting audience. Man, I was totally fooled on that. I thought everybody was on Seattle here. I mean, they're 4.5. They were 4.5 point favorites. So I just found that hard to believe. Right now, the line here is 4.5, 46. So the line, the total really didn't change here. 7:10 to go. Seattle starts here right now at their own 10-yard line following the punt. Bad job by the play-by-play man there, not telling us about where that punt went. Darnold pressured on his back foot, throws. Almost complete to Njigba, but it was also almost intercepted. Njigba went up, put his hands on the ball in traffic. The ball kind of deflected up in the air, not quite in the reach of a defender back there, Spillane, as a matter of fact. So that was a chance. And Darnold paid the price a little bit with a hit, and so did Njigba. Not knocked out or anything, just knocked to the ground. So 2nd and 10 from the 10. Is that under starting to play a big factor here now? Darnold, nice out here to Njigba. He's going to grab 4 yards and bring up a 3rd and 6 at the 14-yard line. Njigba, the NFL's, you could have made a case for the MVP for this guy. Really, that's probably why. And look, maybe if the Super Bowl comes down, and that's why Njigba's kind of the third choice, right, over Darnold, because he's the one that had all those yards and made Darnold that much better this year. Now Barner comes in motion, 3 receivers to the right, 1 man in the backfield, a receiver to the left. Darnold pressured, gets away, has time, pressured again, throws, he's got a man, and Njigba got behind the coverage, but the ball was overthrown, and Njigba found his way to get behind that coverage. Here, he read it good. Hawkins had 2 chances to get the sack on Darnold. First, he came with a blitz from the right side, got away. It was Darnold, and then he slipped, and Njigba read it nicely. Watch out, Darnold. He's going to throw a pick here soon. Oh, no. I like this punt time, by the way, from the 14. I would have to say the pick ladder right now Both guys over Ramon's ratings here. Both guys over 50%. Obviously, this ball is fielded cleanly by Jones at the 36-yard line, and that's where the Patriots will take over. 6:07 to go. More commercial time. More time to talk with you guys in the chat. And just feels like to me, Darnold's pick meter is going a little bit higher than the Drake May meter right now. I know everyone on our chat pretty much is going with both guys to throw a pick, but I don't know. Look, I'm on the Patriots, and I think that this game is going to be kind of either decided or a moment where there will be a pick by Darnold. Right now, Darnold is 62.8 rating. Drake May, 78.5. Darnold's 3 of 7 for 42 yards, 42.9%. Drake May, just 3 attempts so far, 15 yards. Cooper Kupp, 1 catch for 23 yards. Barner, 1 for 15. And Jigba, 1 for 4. Walker didn't touch the ball on that drive, 3 for 13 there so far. So, all right, we got some normal commercial. We got Serena dancing around a little bit. Hey, we saw Serena. I mean, she's back on the scene a little bit, playing some tennis. I don't know how well she can do. But maybe like her sister, maybe she needs to get her which one does she Rocco, maybe she needs to pay for her medicine too. All right, these commercials are a little more serious, but I do like the Florence and the Machine. You got the love song in the background. That's one of my all-time favorites. All right, great job so far. Current line here at the Super Bowl is still 4.5 right now. Is that total still 46, or is my help me out, gang? Maybe my screen's a little slow here. Let me look to see what it is. 42. Seattle 4 and the total 42. I knew my Bovada was a little behind. Sorry about that. This is supposed to be a gambling show, betting show, but we're just keeping up on these props and these odds here a little bit. Seeing a commercial kind of talking about technology in the future and maybe technology of the past, showing some old computers and some old books. We're going backwards in time here a little bit to some of the people who invented, smart people throughout the, I can remember as a handicapper before there was the internet, you guys, this is pretty sick. So I had a little Mac SE. I don't know how old you guys are or what computers you guys were first introduced to. I'm like the Commodore 64 age, but later on had a little Mac SE and just made spreadsheets. Things you take it for granted now when you look at databases for trends, the ones I like to read and, keep a track. I would do it every night. I'd do it into Excel and just have them there for, it must have been probably 5 or 6 years before the internet was even showing things like that, and just do my own work. Drake May dropping back, throws. This one is complete to Booty. Booty's got a completion here for a good gain to the 43-yard line of the Patriots here. So Keyshawn Booty, shake your booty. And he's got a nice gainer here, first down, and we're already into Seattle territory. I'd say May's gotten the best of Darnold so far now with the numbers. Like I said, he's the guy that almost won the MVP. They give it to a draw to Stevenson, and draw no good. I'd say if any another area, even though May's got some good numbers, you got to credit right now this Seattle interior line. They are doing a great job as well. It was a read by Thomas as he came through, and he read the draw perfectly. So, that was a Trevion Henderson, actually. Sorry about that, gang. But like I said, Henderson's in there, and try to make the use of him here. But like I said, I'd say you got to have Ramondre. Anyway, they throw it to Henderson out here, and he's tackled for a loss. Job with the stop. He read it well. May was going nowhere but to Henderson there on that one. He was lined up to the left. The pressure came in from the left side, so he made the read perfectly, but actually it was just a great job by the cornerback there who left his man and made the tackle, and it's a tackle for a loss here. So great scheming here by the defense so far. Now here comes Seattle. They're lined up for a little bit of a blitz here. 6 men up front. They pull the man. They put pressure on. May's going down again. You knew it was coming. I mean, they just didn't make the adjustments there. That's Witherspoon again. Hey, if there's an MVP of this game, I'd have to say it's Witherspoon. Everybody was calling for the defense. That's what you've got right now. It's doomsday from Seattle at this point. Here's the punt, high and deep, fielded by Rashid at the 7. And he returns it out here to about the 12 or 13-yard line. So the Patriots might be winning the battle of field position. They're trailing on the scoreboard, and they're trailing this Seattle defense. But their defense is doing kind of an unheralded job of their own. Like I said, they are winning the battle of field position, it feels like here right now. Nonetheless, the Seahawks will take over again. Saw Dawn Staley at the game wearing an Emmanuel jersey, supporting her Gamecocks player. Total dropped here now, 38.5. You under players are right. Let's talk to the chat a little bit here. I think we got a movie promotion here, I think, on the I think it's a movie promotion. Here might be a fancy commercial out here. All right, and let's see here. MJ, Seahawks didn't look nervous. Mr. Wesker's talking about that Patriots D. I'm a little behind. This is on the last drive. Thank you, everybody. Got a great crowd in here, man. Who will have the better run game? Dirty Reg asked the chat. And so far, Walker didn't touch the ball on that last drive, and they're trying to throw it to Stevenson. Look, I said, if they're going to want to go with Stevenson, that ain't going to work today. That's not what I had in the game plan when I said I'm supporting the Patriots in this game. And Dirty Reg is with me on the over. Got some work to do. Not a lot of shots taken. Those that were calling for the defensive game, I think we've seen the reserve nature of the offenses. Seattle, 55 total yards. New England, 34 total yards. Jake Myers, the only point so far, 33-yard field goal just 3 minutes into the game. Gerardo, hello, Gerardo. Nice to see you. Plant-based, liking the under. Gerardo, Seahawks money line. Want to say hello to Sharon in the chat. They want the Hawks. And let's see here. Seth, is that how long it is, the Seahawks? Is that how old that franchise is? Yeah, they had some. I thought the uniforms were great. They're very resemblant of today's uniforms as well. But, the blue was a little bit more vibrant than it is now. Okay. Thank you, everybody. Stop Geo counting the time there. Thank you, everybody. I think we're all caught up. Let's continue on here now at the Super Bowl, where it's 1st and 10 at the 13-yard line, still in the first quarter, 3:29 to go. This is going to be a run all the way. It's going to be Walker falls ahead, gain of 2 for Walker here. He's been the only man to carry the ball so far for New England. It's a little warm here in the satellite studios, 73 degrees here in Vegas. Today, I might have to turn up my fan a little bit. Patriots, this defense too. I know Seattle. Everybody talked about the defense, but of Seattle, but it's starting to settle in here. They fake the reverse. They give it to Walker again. He's going to get 2-3 yards here. It's going to bring up a 3rd and a long 5. 2:40 and counting here in the first quarter. Barmore made the stop. Barmore's my defensive player here. I've got him over 2.5 stops. I got him for a sack as well. So he's my defensive player. I kind of put the most bets on. I felt like I think I'm on everybody here in one way or the other, over or under, at least just for a little bit. So I want to bore you with all those. Okay, ball at the 16. 3rd and a long set. They call it 7. Darnold drops back, fires, complete. He's got it to Barner. It's a first down and more. Out to the 28. He's been his safety valve, and Barner has been terrific so far. 2 catches. We talked about Barner in our pregame shows, and it just was a great matchup for him. Like I said, I thought Barner really doesn't. I don't think his backup is destined for much here today. But man, A.J. Barner here, one of the best players in this game so far with 2 big receptions. That's a first down. Ball at the 28. 1:28 to go. First quarter. Darnold. Now they'll give it to Shaheed on the end around, but they read it. It's a big loss, actually. Maybe it was just too predictable for my man. They'd already put him in motion 3 separate times behind the quarterback and not given the ball to him. This time they did. The pursuit was there. The pursuit was actually bearing the others too, but they ran right into the teeth of the defense. Tackle, loss of 5 for Woodson, the rookie 4th round pick, with the tackle for loss, makes it 2nd and 15. I don't even know if that was a trick play. I mean, that one was already prescribed. And I didn't actually take it because I think it was almost too predictable. But here's a quick out to Njigba, but the coverage is there, and the ball is it was dropped. It was thrown behind him. The coverage was enough maybe to make it a bit of a distraction for Jackson Smith Njigba. That'll stop the clock here with under 35 seconds to play. 37 seconds to play in the first quarter. So it'll be 3rd down here and 15. Seahawks averaging 4.3 yards per play so far, but they've got to go into the teeth of a nickel package here. Darnold does fire and incomplete. Threw it maybe where only his man could get it, but it was just really thrown out of bounds, intended for Njigba along the left sideline, and the Seahawks will be forced to punt. They did get the 1 first down, so they'll be able to push the Patriots back again. But again, the Patriots keep getting their yardage back, it seems like, kind of into midfield, but they can't get it within scoring range here at this point. The Seahawks defense doing the job so far. So, all right, we're punting here from the 23-yard line or so of Seattle. So the Patriots could get some decent field position here. Good coverage here for sure. The return man's actually going to lose a little bit of yardage. Might have fought back to get back to where he fielded the ball, but good pursuit by Seattle. And maybe return of 1, maybe return of 0, maybe minus 1 yard. Some of the celebrities there, Roger Federer. There's John Bon Jovi again. Saw him in a commercial already. Jay-Z. I guess Beyonce, by the way, is there. The Biebs and family. Adam Sandler. I guess the A-list stars are here. Beautiful sight here. Perfect day for football. Perfect February day. Remember, we'll move it up here. I think they will get that 18th game past the Players Association. Got to put the Super Bowl up against the 3-day weekend. That's the future of football, man. Okay, Ramondre Stevenson's back in there. And look, give it to Ramondre. He's got 4, maybe 5 there. That's what you want to do. Ramondre's your man. Here. Don't bring Henderson back in right now. Look, Henderson, I love him. I think he's got a big future in the league right now. But Ramondre is running with that. Well, I don't want to say it against Seattle, but yeah, he might have a little bit of that dog in him, a little bit. that's the end of the first quarter. The Seahawks leading 3-0. The total 37.5. Seahawks minus 3.5, minus 17 currently. End of the first quarter. The big D is everywhere, says Seth. Andrew says we're down to 36.5. And Vrabel, what is Vrabel doing? Mr. Wester says just throw the ball. I don't know, Mr. West. Look, run Stevenson. Don't throw it to Henderson. Open it up. Keep banging Stevenson and then throw to these guys. We've already seen good completions here with some of the role receivers, if you will, right? A couple of completions so far. What we've seen to Demario Douglas in there and Keyshawn Booty, both with a couple of with a reception each right now. Kenneth Walker, 5 carries for 16 yards. Stevenson, 4 for 17. Henderson has minus 5 yards on 2 touches, and that's in 2 plays, 1 minus 3 and 1 minus 2. It's the reason why I didn't have a Henderson, and I was so strong on Ramondre here, despite, not because Mike calls me Ramondre all the time. Like I said, it does feel like he's got that dog in him, like he's not going to be stopped. All right, let's see anything else from you guys. Hey, I'm glad to have the chat regulars in here with me tonight, joining me here on the show. Getting ready for that second quarter here. Still watching a little bit of Olympics coverage here a little bit, but what else we got here? EmmaStone.com. I talk about, sportsmoneynetwork.com. It might be coming here soon. I did buy the domain, and I want to be able to present some written copy on there. I have nowhere I'm a writer. I write a lot of articles for my high school coverage in my area where I grew up. Every day almost, I at least try to put a post up, and no one is taking any of my writing. I don't have anywhere to put my writing right now, and I need I'm a writer, and I got maybe some picks, and I want to take the chat of the Morning Steam show and turn it into this copy here. Hey, Pro Football Hall of Fame, man. Drew Brees. Who doesn't love Brees? Larry Fitzgerald. Legendary Cardinals receiver. Luke Kuechly, the great Carolina linebacker. Adam Vinatieri. He's had Super Bowl glory before. And, of course, Roger Craig. How was he not in the Hall of Fame already? The great 49ers running back. What a group of guys that is, huh? All right. Hey, nice to see picks from Dave, man. Great to see you today in the chat. Boy, we'd have a blast at the Super Bowl, wouldn't we? Andrew, right? Boy, who is going to score the first touchdown of the Super Bowl? Again, I do think the Patriots continue to win the battle of field position here over the last 12 or so minutes of the game, but it hasn't resulted in anything because they can't seem to get anything going on third down. Just too much pressure from Seattle right now. I touted the Patriots offensive line, but they've here's a big play. Could have been a big play, but May might have thrown it behind there. Look, it was a brilliantly designed play. Kobe Bryant maybe broke it up there right now. They tried to get it to Hunter Henry. I thought it was brilliant design. Henry probably should have caught it. It was thrown behind him. It actually ends up hitting Kobe Bryant. Could have been easily intercepted as well. Hunter Henry maybe wasn't quite ready. The play was so open there. It had to happen quickly, and it was too fast for Henry. So it was a little bit on May, but Henry, you probably want to have that one. I've touted May for his career-defining moment possibly here tonight. Now, Ramondre is going nowhere here on 3rd and 5, and the Patriots are going to have to kick the ball again. They'll punt it back to him. Really with not much of a gain here, so I don't know if they'll make progress. The battle of field position isn't going to get you anything on the scoreboard. It was Williams, read it beautifully there. Not only did he tackle Stevenson, but he also tackled an offensive lineman. He had one guy in each arm. So they'll be punting here from the 36 and a half yard line. So again, this is helping. This punt's high and deep, but fielded by Shaheed at the 23-yard line. So not awful there for Seattle. But, man, this defense is doing terrific. Chris Collinsworth is a terrible comparison here. He compares the Seattle defense to the snow that the Patriots faced last game. Unfair comparison there. This Seahawks defense is standing on their own right now. Come on, Collinsworth. All right, taking over here at the 24-yard line. Darnold, 4 of 10 for 54 yards right now. Ball's at the 24 of Seattle. Play action. Darnold, he wants the home run. He's going for it. He's got his man, and it was a brilliant play defensively by Christian Gonzalez. It was Shaheed, the man the ball was intended to, and he was behind. But you can't have a more textbook brilliant play than Christian Gonzalez. He dives in the air, palms it with one hand. If he doesn't touch it, Shaheed's going to have a chance for a spectacular play. Give Christian Gonzalez all the credit in the world. Shaheed with that terrific speed, and that is a great play by the cornerback. This is defense at its best. Great job by Darnold. Collinsworth is being critical of Darnold. Big run by Walker here. He's got the first down and more. Down the left sideline into the 45, I believe is where he stepped out. Let's see where the field judge marks it here, but they are in Seattle territory. Broke a couple of arm tackles there and was matched because he had the protection of the sideline, and the Patriots were just not close enough to make the tackle once he outran Williams, and they did mark it at the 46. Now here the ball is thrown into the ground by Darnold on first down after some pressure in the backfield here by New England. So it'll be second down, but they flipped the field here on New England for the second time and are going to be in chance to get some scoring range here. But really just had to dump it there, Darnold there after he was pressured. So, all right, here's a give to Walker once again. He bursts up the middle. Walker, 35-30, down to the 25-20. Gonzalez pushes him out of bounds at the 22-yard line here. Call it the 8, maybe the 18. Walker running through the defense here. Big gains again. Walker has turned into the star of this game so far, and Walker runs it down to the I'm going to call it the 17-yard line here for Walker. 1st and 10. Darnold gives it to Walker again, but he's going to be tackled and a loss here as the Patriots were able to wrap him up for a loss of 2. Still, they're in scoring range here in the red zone. It was Woodson again. Woodson's doing a pretty nice job here for the Patriots in the game, but right now another scoring threat. Second down, 12. Seahawks up to -6.5, minus $1.25 total, 37.5 here now. Darnold from the shotgun. He's pressured, and the ball is loose. The ball is loose back here. The Patriots on a blitz. It's going to be incomplete. It's got to be incomplete. It's got to be incomplete, yeah. Pardon me, you guys. He was pressured, threw it right into a man, and it looked like there was a chance. I was only thrown off because there was a little bit of pressure to the backside. He was obviously hit, but the arm wasn't hit. He clearly got it off. He hit his offensive lineman in the back there, and the ball did deflect in the air, but it's definitely an incompletion, but it's going to set up a 3rd down and 12 here right now. So they're definitely in range here. Clavin Chiason was the man who pressured there. And Darnold is going to give it to Walker. Walker's in a world of hurt here, and he's going to lose more yards. Loss of 3. Field goal time. $11:46 to go here in the second quarter. And did anybody tell me to change the graphic? Come on, you guys. You guys are the associate producers here. So here comes Myers. He made his first one from 33. This one's going to be from 39. And it's up, and it is good. It's perfect for Myers here. 6-0 at the Super Bowl. Hey, they ran the ball on 3rd and 12 just to make sure they get the field goal out there and don't turn it over. Kind of conservative here, but like you said, and look, there was no decision there. It wasn't like when we talk about some of these teams going for it, but sometimes these are the games if you were in a situation. Now, maybe they were close enough. They probably would have went for it if they were. Kenneth Walker here, though, what a night he's having already. Walker here so far. He's already gone over his yardage total. Shame on me. I thought they'd be able to corral him, but he did it with 2 big carries. 9 carries, 71 yards here for Walker. He's been the man so far. Maybe Myers is the MVP. Maybe it's Walker so far. Ramondre, 5 for 17. That's pretty much it. That was about Walker on that drive, wasn't it? Darnold just 4 of 13 for 54 yards. Walker had that 30-yard run. Barner, 2 receptions for 27 here so far. So there it is, 2 field goals there. There was an update, by the way, and for those of you watching right now on X, the All-American halftime show is actually, I believe they're saying, not available for transmission on X. You have to watch on YouTube if you want to say, hey, Susan, who says I'm not fair here? You have to watch on YouTube if you want to watch the All-American halftime show. X is not going to allow it for some reason. There, I just saw that note come in. I don't know, maybe it's fake news, but so I don't know. A lot of criticism for Collinsworth so far on the broadcast. I don't know. I was critical of him so far. All right, we got some generic commercials here. Nothing special from some of these companies here. Come on, you're paying good money. Seahawks are 0 for 2 in the red zone, but lead 6-0. Does feel like they should have a little bit more, doesn't it, right now? Like I said, maybe the Patriots are having a little bit of field position success, but Seattle's had the big plays here so far. Patriots can't get much going against this defense. Saw Jalen Hurts there with former Super Bowl MVPs before the game. They came out. Where's the Bud Bowl? Why can't we have Bud versus Bud Light again like the good old days? All right, so the 2 big runs by Walker. Here comes the kickoff. What do you think of the dynamic kickoff? Like I said, one thing I did say, the average field position with the dynamic kickoff when the ball is returned was NFL high. We're going to get a touchback here. But when the kick is returned, it did produce an NFL all-time high of spotting the ball at the 34.1 yard line. I guess that's the 34, just a little bit over the 34. Well above the previous, all because of this. Kickoff. That's when the ball is returned. We know on these touchbacks, these are also kind of negative, supposed to be anyway. When you do give a touchback, you're trying to get the return in. All right, so the ball's up to 35. That's good field position. And here's the give, and this is Henderson again. And Henderson has a gain of 3. He kind of pushed in, found the hole, fell forward. Good job that time by Henderson, but just a 3-yard game. Hey, no TD in the game is down to 25-1. It was 150-1 when the game started. Could Myers have that 6 field goal game again? Ball's at the 37. May. Pressured. He's wrapped up again. In fact, it was a one-handed sack by Mills. He was being drawn. He was overwhelming his lineman, just grabbed May by the shirt. May couldn't get away from that. Oh, man, the Seahawks defense is having a great day here so far. That's the rookie from Notre Dame with a one-handed sack in the Super Bowl. He grabbed him with his other hand eventually, but come on. That's on. You got to get away, May. You got to get away. Here's a quick pass out here, and it's a completion to Diggs. He's got his first action here. It's going to bring up a 3rd down and 3. A poor back judge, I think, in there got laid out. There is some talk in there with Diggs and some of the Seahawks, but it's going to be 4th down. Diggs is still talking here. Don't do it, Diggs. You're down 6-0, and you guys aren't getting anywhere. Diggs, get off the field. Look, I've got Diggs to have a big game. He's got to do something for the Patriots to even have a chance. Arguing with the other team after you end up short, get tackled, that's not going to do it. Here's the punt by the Patriots. This one's a good punt. Shaheed's going to field it at the 28. He hasn't had a chance to return anything yet. So Myers cashes his over 1.5 field goals there so far. And Kalshi ended up with an acknowledged in this game, Kalshi, $387 million Kalshi took on the game. 71% of it, now this is money line, but 71% of it on the Seahawks and 30% of it on the Patriots. That probably does reflect the spread as well. Basically, that was in the season-long pool to win the Super Bowl. There was only $143 million in that pool at the end of the AFC NFC championship games. So another 244 million were added to that pool just in the last 2 weeks. Right now, the current line here is Seattle by 7, total 35.5. We got a Lady Gaga commercial here, or singing anyway, and talking about women's empowerment. They talk about a little bit, we've seen on NBC here, the next Summer Olympics will have flag football as a sport. And look, to me, flag football is going to be a women's sport. It's going to be the women's equivalent. Yes, there'll be men's flag football in the Olympics. There'll be men's flag football in general. And who was the guy that had the great game in the Pro Bowl? Why not Shadur Sanders? Shadur Sanders for the flag football team. He'll get us a gold medal. So to me, flag football is going to be, in the end, a female sport. And it might, soccer's great. There'll be a long time before flag football can pass a sport like soccer. Obviously, basketball is pretty big too. Other sports are trying, right? But I think you'll see flag football for women be the bigger of the two between the genders. I think flag football for women. Hey, you guys with some kids right now, maybe in their single digit, 7, 8, 9, 10 years old, get the girls, put them in flag football, man. There's going to be opportunities for girls with scholarship money, NIL money. That's such a growing sport. More is going to be put into it. Flag football. It's a boring men's sport. I think you saw that if you watched the Pro Bowl. 1st and 10 here for the Seahawks. They've got it here at the 29-yard line. Cooper Kupp in motion, lines up in the slot, now comes in motion, and they're going to give it to Walker again. He bounces off the right side, and Walker runs out here to the 37-yard line. Walker, call it the 42 here, possibly. 2nd and 1, gain of 9. Yeah, definitely a nice yardage here. Knocked out of bounds there at the 38. So, man, 84 yards here in the first half for Kenneth Walker. Oh, man, Seattle doing a nice job in there. Now they run it right up the gut a little bit. It might be a first down. It's going to be close. Might even need the measurement here a little bit. We'll see where they spot it. I think it's good enough for a first down here right now. Yes, good for the first down at the 39-yard line. So there's Milton Williams. Look, these guys are having a little bit of a hard time here. All right, 1st and 10. That's Arroyo in motion here. Saubert's in the game as well. As Darnold goes back to pass, he throws it out here to Walker, and almost was a sack. Walker couldn't get his hands on it. It's incomplete. Going to be 2nd down here and 10 at the 39. So, they're in scoring range here. Thanks again, everybody in the chat. Great to see everybody there. See some other names coming in. All the regulars, though. Plant-based. Where is the scoring, right? Seahawks defense having, I'd say Walker, though, the MVP so far. Anyway, 2nd down 10 here at the 39-yard line. Darnold throws. Got a completion out here to Cooper Kupp. Out to the 46.5-yard line. It'll be 3rd down and about 3. So Kupp with the reception here. That's his 2nd of the game. Tied with Barner, who also has 2 receptions. So good job here by these Seattle receivers. And Jigba just 1 for 4 so far. Showing Kupp's numbers, a career low 30. You got to wonder if this is it for Cooper Kupp. Darnold's back to pass. He throws. He's got a completion of Walker, and this is a 1st down, and it takes 3 Patriots to kind of bring Walker down. He bounced off a tackler, and they had to wrestle him down here. Good for the 1st down for Seattle. Hello to Ice Viking in the chat. Ice Viking, I gave him the day off. I got to give everyone the day off here. Hey, everyone volunteered to come on with me. I want to be here with you guys. Calling this game. Give me a chance to call the Super Bowl here. Okay, ball at the 46 right now. We're in Patriots territory again here for Seattle. Call it the 47. Walker in the backfield. The give is to Walker. Stutter steps. Puts it forward. Gain of 4. 2nd down 6 as Walker busts over for some yardage again. Man, 84 yards here for Walker now. On 2nd down and 6. Got Njigba to the left. Barner and Kupp to the right. Holani is in the backfield here right now. Saubert comes in motion. The give is to Holani up the middle. It's going to fall forward here for a couple of yards, but it's going to be 3rd down and 4. So 2 yards there as Holani gets his first touch of the game. It's going to bring up a 3rd down here. 5:30 to go here in the first half. Seahawks are 2 of 6 on 3rd down. They've been averaging 8 yards to go. This is a pretty much a solid 4, I think. I'm going to call it 5. 3rd down 5. Walker's in the backfield. Rashid Shaheed and Njigba to the right. Barner's a tight end. Kupp to the left. Walker goes in motion. They throw it to Walker. Incomplete. Again, Walker couldn't hang on to this one. right in his hands. As good as he's been, he's dropped a couple of passes here. He was backpedaling. That made it a little bit tougher. I don't know if he was going to get the first down. The defender was coming on, and he was going to have to turn around. He was going to get hit if he did catch it, and he might have been stopped just short. It might have set up some, but it doesn't matter. And now they're in a decision here on 4th and 5. They're going to end up here going for a punt. Angling the punt toward the sidelines where Jones is over there. And it's a good coffin corner. It's a brilliant coffin corner. They might even spot it at the 1 here. They'll mark it at the 2.5, and you could argue that it was inside that. So now the field has definitely flipped. Okay, good call by the official there. In fact, maybe, you know what? Actually might have been the official might have been wrong. I was saying I saw the player tap the ball at the 1.5. His arm was already out of bounds, and I would say it's actually a little bit past the 3-yard line, but I don't think they're going to score it there. We've had 7 punts in this game. You guys called it. Good punt there for sure. Punters have had a nice day here, and so has Myers here with 2 field goals. He's been the difference on the scoreboard so far, 6-0 in favor of Seattle here. Drake May was starting hot. He's only got 39 yards right now. Darnold actually has 54 despite just 4 completions. May's 5 of 7, but again, they've used Ramondre Stevenson here. 5 carries, but really, if you look at it, just 14 plays from the line of scrimmage so far, only for the Patriots right now. And they need to drive. They need to get something together. They need to try to own this ball. I bet your team could have beat. I bet your team could have beat these 2 teams out here tonight. All right, I better get ready for the other. Let me put the other pregame show on over here. All right, the current line, 6.5, minus 0.3, 6 minus maybe 18, plus 6 minus 18 for the Patriots. Total 32.5 over, minus 112 or so right now. So definitely we've seen some defensive games and some defensive halves. This is one of them. Oh man, I'm unimpressed by some of these commercials so far. Nobody's really commented in the chat. No one liked my idea there. Trying to figure out which of these commercials is best. We have one with Guy Fieri, a Bosch commercial. No interest there. Although I tell you what, also to the team skate. Anybody saw it earlier? The United States won gold there as well. So I know you maybe have seen the only time Bad Bunny's really been seen in any NFL gear, it was Eagles gear. But the ball's at the 2-yard line, so you're gonna have to bang it ahead here with Stevenson. He does do a nice job, and he fights his way for 3 out to the 5. But had to be careful there, and they still have to be careful here right now. Okay, Walker is the MVP favorite here right now at plus 160. Darnold plus 210, May plus 400, and Jigba plus 1,500. Myers 25-1 right now for Myers. Cup 25-1, Ramondre 30-1, Witherspoon 30-1, Diggs 50-1. Second down and 7 at the 5. May is going to throw. He has to throw now. And no stoppage of play here. With 4:18 to go. It is a timeout. Timeout, Seattle. When your defense is playing this well, do it now, right? Let's get out there. We might be able to stop them here and have plenty of time on the clock. We don't have to rush it. give ourselves some time to run our offense if we get the ball back in some good field position here, as they called timeout right before the snap there right now. So Walker's been the star. Obviously a great coffin corner punt right here. Myers with 2 field goals. And great pressure from the defense. And Kenneth Walker going over his totals in the first half. You Seahawks backers couldn't have dialed it up any better. 2nd down 7 here at the 5. Following the timeout. And May throws it incomplete. This one was, oh man, tell you what. That was just a pass that missed the target there. I think Love was on the coverage. And it's going to be 3rd down here, and that stops the clock for Seattle, for Seattle here, really, right? Matt Hollins was the intended receiver. I talked on the pregame show. I thought Hollins would get a little bit better attempts than Booty and Douglas. I don't know if that's been the case so far. 3rd down, May has to hurry again, and he throws it complete. And he's got a completion out here to Demario Douglas, and that's going to pick up a 1st down. So they get a 1st down here finally. Douglas's 2nd reception of the game. But May really has had to go fast because the pressure has just been a little bit too much. Let's see if the Patriots, they are not the best at adjustments, I believe. There, because what they're going to need to do, they need quicker routes. They need to get it to the ball to Ramondre, and maybe they do need to operate with Henderson a little bit. They give it to Stevenson here, and he's going to pick up 4. Runs out of bounds to the right side. 2nd down 6. Here at the ball is at the 24-yard line. I think we're going to have to call it 7. May's 5 of 8 for 39 yards. Ramondre has 20 yards rushing, but the Patriots have little to show so far in this first half. Seahawks are 76% to win the game here from here. May, he's chased out of the pocket. He's got to throw it away. Just a terrible, brilliant defensive read by the Seahawks. The Patriots sent all their linemen misdirection. I get that. But you know who wasn't buying it? Seattle on that pressure defense with Mafe. He read it beautifully. He stayed home, and he pressured here. He almost got a crazy sack, and there were no receivers anywhere. Right now, McDaniel given the instruction, and McDaniel has out-coached Vrabel and his staff for sure here. 3rd down and 7 from the 12. May, and the stoppage of play here once again. And we got, a flag. Is that the first flag of the game? I'd say it's been well played here, despite, no offense from the Great defense. But this is our first call, right? Sean Smith, false start, not great. If you're the Patriots, they're moving backwards here. So we're going to move back to the 11-yard line here for a 3rd down and 12. Didn't really get anything going here. It was Campbell who the false start there, falling back on his heels as the ball was snapped. Not only that, he got pushed over like a rag doll. So 3rd down and long. You really just need a gain here and try to get some more room. Pressure. May's going for the home run. He's going to need a miracle, though, here. Tried to get it to Mac Hollins, but had to throw it too quickly. Didn't give his man a chance to run under it because the pressure was just too much from the Seattle Seahawks defense. And here comes Sam Darnold putting his helmet on, getting ready because it's punt time for the Seahawks. So not great offensive schemes. I think the offense has had yes, the Seahawks have made them has been the problem, but the Patriots just haven't been able to adjust on the fly here at all. They've come with their game plan and haven't been able to change it. So here's the punt, and it's going to be some decent field position. Shaheed's got a chance on a return from the 32. He's already beat 2 men and 3. Cuts back at the 35-40, and he's up to the 43-yard line. Rashid Shaheed with a nifty return. Not big yards, but escaped guys and got room, and there's going to be a scoring chance for the Patriots with just a couple, 2 or 3 first downs here, and there's plenty of time. I hope you're enjoying my call of the Super Bowl here on this Super Bowl Sunday, Super Bowl 60. I don't know if you got the joke I was making there, Wow, they were playing my song there for the outro there on the Super Bowl, my new favorite song. They're going to start using stop using the Roman numerals here. Gen Z can't keep up. Gen Z, kind of like the Live Tour, right? The Live Tour is LIV, right? They play 54 holes. If you know your Roman numerals, LIV is 54. Well, this year the Live Tour went to 72 holes. Well, that would be LXXII. That'd be the Lexi Tour. Maybe Lexi Thompson could come in and be on the tour, but maybe they call it the Lexi Tour or something now. And I think that's one of the reasons. I don't think that's maybe one of the reasons, but even the Live Tour members said, hey, they did it without our approval. Really, what the Live Tour had to do. One of the problems here with the Live Tour, if they're going to stick around and getting the respect or maybe the qualification necessary for those players to attend majors, if they're going to keep their tour, we want you to play a little bit tougher of a schedule. We know the PGA is eliminating 6 events now on their tour, but the Live Tour has been playing 54 holes for the first 3 years in existence. And I think the majors are saying, hey, you guys need to play a little bit longer, a tougher schedule. Live Tour, they play, 54, they were playing 54 holes and we're only playing, basically 16 to 20 tournaments. And that wasn't what the PGA guys are doing. So I think they've felt compelled to increase their number of holes on the tournaments so they can qualify better for those major events. And we've heard the complaints, right? Live Tour players aren't invited to majors, maybe because of the association with the PGA. But all right, how does it feel with all you righties there rooting for the Seahawks and the Starbucks crowd? Okay, here we go. What a great, spectacular scene. Seattle, 149 yards. New England, 52 yards in 24 plays. They're averaging 2.2 yards. Right now, this would go down as one of the historic performances by a defense in Super Bowl history. Ball at the 43-yard line here for Seattle. 1st and 10, 2:50 to go. They have 2 timeouts remaining. A little bit of play action. Darnold, though, pressured, still finds his man, Cooper Kupp. Reception, 3rd reception of the game. Cooper Kupp's the leading receiver now in this game. Going out with a swan song, possibly. Cooper Kupp is out to the 49-yard line here. 2:22 to go. Gain of 7. 2nd down and 3. Fans chanting Coop here. Seattle's got the home crowd advantage in this game by a pretty good margin. The handoff is to Walker. He busts through the line again. He's got nice yardage. Gets the 1st down, and now they're going to have to blow the whistle. They can't even bring him down. Maybe it's the 43-yard line here. So getting close to that field goal range here. 2-minute warning. Here at the Super Bowl. Oh, man, I've enjoyed it. This goes faster than a Sunday afternoon of Red Zone here. Do you think we should do the Red Zone, you guys, every week? Broadcast. No, if we did it, I'd only do the morning games. The afternoon, 2 or 3 games. Look, I think it's fun when you're watching Red Zone with 6, 7, 8 games and all the highlights flashing. The afternoon, with the balance, right? We know sometimes we get 3, 4, maybe 5, but it's usually 3 or 4 games. And if you're doing 6 hours and then we have the game and we have the show for the night game, that would take off the afternoon games. That's what we'd do. All right, TurboTax for the commercial. Boring. I guess no one wants to waste their money anymore on funny commercials. They got to get their product out there. You're spending $500,000, or I don't know, how much are they? $15 million. How much are these commercials now? All right, let's take a look at the chat here a little bit. Dirty Reg doesn't like the dynamic kickoff. I don't know if it's changed that much, really. I mean, if it is saving on injuries, I'm okay with it, but I still like it the way I think, look, they're getting down there, right, a little bit. Just feel weird. The kicker's all down there by himself, but so far, Will Campbell's been the go to this game, according to social media. They're having a fun time with Will Campbell's ineffectiveness in this game. Seattle's minus 550 here currently on the money line. They're favored by 8.5, minus 120. Total 31.5, shaded to the over at minus 115. So the one thing the Patriots got going for them, they're going to be within at least 2 scores here. Whether or not it'll be 6, whether it'll be 9, or can they finally get in the end zone here right now? Can the Pats get it going here? I don't know. I don't feel like they've adjusted well on the fly here. How are they going to adjust on the fly? Here's a little Olympics here right now with the coverage tonight. Hey, make sure you're checking out the Olympics tonight after the Super Bowl. Spoiler alert coming. Let me get the playoff here. Spoiler alert after this play. If you don't want to hear it, I'm going to talk about it. Olympic spoiler alert coming after this play. Darnold gives it to Walker. And Walker here, he's wrapped up. He kind of bounced it out to the left side, but ended up getting wrapped up here. I don't even know if he got anything in the end. Yeah, they got to give him forward progress of 1. So you're going to want to watch the Olympics tonight for the downhill skiing in particular. An American wins in Breezy Johnson, a terrific run early down the hill and got the lead, and no one could really challenge her. And then just a few minutes later, the terrible accident for Lindsey Vonn. She went in with a knee soreness, an ACL sprain, and it's obvious that's what she wrecked her ACL today. All right, here's Darnold at the 42, and he's pressured. He does get it off here to Holani. Holani jukes and moves, and he's got some yardage here, but short of the first down. It's going to be 3rd and 2. So Holani has looked good here with that reception right now. Holani touching the ball here. Second reception for Holani. He leads the running backs in receptions with his second, I believe, there. And it'll be 3rd down and 2. They give it to Holani. He's up the middle, first down. Holani got it to the 33-yard line. To the 30-yard line here. So they're in field goal range. 32 seconds here for Seattle, and they're going to use their second timeout. I guess they're interested in a field goal. All right, Luka is not going to play tomorrow night against the Thunder. He already was questionable. I think it's official now. No Luka tomorrow night. George Holani from St. John Bosco. Got a Dunkin' Donuts commercial on this timeout with George Costanza in there. On a Dunkin' Donuts commercial with with some of the old-time actors there, including what's his name that did the dance, you guys? Seth says Vegas is cleaning up so far. See, I thought everybody was on Seattle. If I would have known that, I would have went with Seattle. I went with New England because I thought everybody was on Seattle. Our Toms did like the Levi's commercial. They're in, I think it's called, it used to be Levi Stadium, remember? Then Levi's still represented out there. I think it's named after a hospital or a health plan now. Who's going to get that TD? I know these are old right now. Mr. Western doesn't like the game. I think it's been I like defense. I don't mind it. I mean, you just got to be ready when it's going to happen. And the game is still in the balance here. You know, as bad as it's been, the Patriots are still going to be in this game, but they've got to find a way. They've got to find some type of offense. Now they're playing Everybody Rock Your Body, but it looks like a karaoke commercial here. Like I could read, it's a Coinbase commercial. Hey, it's been a bad couple months. You know, what are we down today? How much have we lost today in cryptocurrency? Bad timing here, Bitcoin. Although you can do so much more on Bitcoin, man, they're going to offer gambling too. Crypto, hey, we're up. We're up $18.70. But gosh, how much have I dropped here in the last 3 months? Oh my goodness, $1,743 on this dumb cryptocurrency. I thought Trump was the crypto president. You know, the Trump, I bought Trump coin. I'm such a genius. I bought Trump coin at $14. It's now $3.35. Good job, Trump. All right, here we go. It's going to be 1st and 10 at the 30 here for the Seahawks. 1 timeout left, 32 seconds. Might want to start playing the sides of the field, but if they want to stay in the middle, it's going to be open. Darnold does throw here to the outside. Cup, he's got another reception. 4 receptions for Cup. They tried to wrestle him out of bounds here. The clock is stopped. Is it a timeout? Because they didn't push him out of bounds. It is the final timeout of the Seahawks. So let's see now. Careful here with 23 seconds left. Seth says a busy day for strippers. Oh, man. MJ, right? Let's start squibbing the ball. Here's the problem, though, when you try to do a knuckle kickoff. Remember, if it doesn't hit in the dumb landing zone, how about get rid of the landing zone? How about get rid of the landing zone? No onside, I guess, but I don't know. The thing is, onside, you know, I don't want a lot of people want 4th and 15 for the onside. I don't think I want that. I still like the challenge of the onside. That's the one thing. Remember the famous onside there? Here's a pass. It's complete to Cooper Kupp. Cooper Kupp's out. Oh, did he drop it? Man, I thought he dropped that ball. It is a completion. Even the Patriots are saying drop the ball. He caught it for just a split second, but I thought he fumbled it right after. They are showing, he never had it. Never had it. No! That is a catch. It really turns out to be a quite spectacular catch. Not the way you'd want it, but that just shows you maybe it just skimmed the ground. They're going to have to call it no catch. He actually juggled it 3 different times, and then just at the very end, the tip of the ball grazed it. I think they've got to rule it incomplete. It looked like a catch. Yeah, it's going to be no catch, right? But again, Cooper Kupp last year, if he would have bobbled it, would have caught it. Maybe he's just a little bit too old. I think just the tip of the ball just touched the ground. They're still debating this right now. And I think it touches there on the second angle, and his hand is off the ball. So he did make a great recovery. That's how good his hands have been in his career. I know it's a drop, but he's always been known for his great hands, right? And even when he drops the ball, he almost caught it. I'm trying to give him some props. He's having a great game, obviously. If this is it for Cooper Kupp, he's going to go out with a great performance, right? So, all right, yeah, we're getting ready for those halftime shows. Kid Rock's out there. The YouTube ratings, Bad Bunny's had 127 million views of his videos this year. Kid Rock's had 2 million viewers of his videos. Should be a good show, though. Okay, and now we got that. It's going to be a timeout here for the Patriots. They're going to want to try to dial something up here, maybe defensively. So some people are still saying, they thought it was a completion. I don't know if they saw what I did, showing kind of the blitz packages of the Patriots tonight that have done a pretty good job, right? I mean, there's no doubt that Darnold has had his share of problems too. He doesn't have a great stats so far. The Patriots have been pressuring him too as part of this great defensive game of 6-0. But Holani has gone over his. Here we go. 3rd down and 3. Darnold. Oh, he wants it. Oh, he tried to get it to Njigba, and another great defensive play. The Patriots secondary has been the standout of the two secondaries, especially Christian Gonzalez, who is assigned the task of guarding the man, and he's just made another terrific play on him. Christian Gonzalez, he's just a young player, and he's looking like one of the top defensive bat, one of the top corners in the entire league there right now. No doubt he is having a game. Here comes another field goal. This is 41 yards right now in these pristine conditions. And this one is down the middle. 9-0 at the Super Bowl. And look, if you're the Patriots, you better just take a knee. You better go think about it. You don't no reason to be trying anything goofy here right now. You are lucky to be in at 9-0. But Darnold, watch out. I mean, he didn't lead his man at all right there. A great play, yes, but Darnold is a little bit off for sure so far tonight with his passing, and he better just be careful. The one thing that you don't want to do here right now, if you are Sam Darnold, is somehow give the Patriots a chance in the second half by throwing an interception. Still, Darnold, 88 yards passing, 9 for 22. Obviously, he's on his way to his total attempts of 30. Walker, 14 for 94. He's the MVP, probably even over Myers so far. Hey, no touchdown scorers so far here, and I don't think the Patriots are going to be doing anything too crazy. They will try a return here to the 15 to the 20-25, and to the 23.5 goes Johnson with 6 seconds left. But all right, fresh off his historic win at the Grammys for Best Album, Bad Bunny set for the halftime show. I'll be dancing a little Latino jig here for sure. The Puppy Bowl is underway. If you're that sort of fan, I always love the Puppy Bowl. Remember the year Ruff won the MVP in the greatest Puppy Bowl of all time? I don't know what I'm talking about, but I do know that Ruff once won the Puppy Bowl MVP. Who's it going to be this year? Team Fluff could be in line here to win the Puppy Bowl. And watch out here at halftime for Boba, the Chihuahua mix from Missouri. Going to be a big threat here in the Puppy Bowl right now, the way things are going. It looks like Boba could be the MVP here of the Puppy Bowl. All right, they took a knee. Halftime is over. And that's going to do it. You know, there were some other puppies I'm seeing out here. Gold Nugget. Tegan is out there as well. Some of the best at the Puppy Bowl. Cheesecake was in there. They're getting ready over there. Remember, you got to go to Turning Point USA for all you alt halftime people that want to go watch Kid Rock. I don't mind. I got one TV on that show over here, but it will not be on X apparently. You'll have to go watch it on YouTube. Okay, we get your comments here at halftime, and we'll take a look at the halftime line as well in just a moment as we get ready. Did have an interview here just with McDaniel. protection on the pressure. So yeah, it says we're doing a job. Darnold's been decisive. Well, I guess you could say it that. All right. 9-0 here. The Seattle going for their second Super Bowl title here at halftime. It's going to be Bad Bunny coming up here. And even maybe Ramon might take a break here for a little bit. But thank you for listening to me do the Super Bowl call. How's Ramon done so far? Feels like my voice, I have a lot of practice talking, but even I had to go to the Pepsi there for a little bit. I might need a cold Pepsi here right now. And really thank you to everybody here. Let me see if we have any more comments before we come in on halftime here. And Bo Jackson talking about it. And they were laughing at Bo Jackson when they said, oh, look, that's funny. But, that Bad Bunny actually does have, I'll just say it. I mean, Bad Bunny's pretty popular with the LGBTQ Rainbow Plus Committee. And, he does one of his more popular videos. He's dressed kind of in drag a little bit and got some effeminate look. Feels like he's pretty much all man, but I'm pretty sure he's a pretty big time sex symbol, kind of like me. All right, Bo. Yeah, you know what? I don't think you could ask for much more other than a little bit more offense if you're for Seattle, but no problem at this point. You're keeping them off the scoreboard. I certainly was expecting a little bit more. I'm in the minority. Like I said, I thought I was in the minority, thinking Patriots and over. Apparently, you guys keep telling me I'm square. I can't believe I'm on the square side. If I'd have known that, I would have been on Seattle and under, because I wanted to be on the sharp side. All right. Jeff's got Myers at 100-1 at MVP. You know what, Jeff? I think I will say there. Let's see if they have it right now, too. Andrew says the worst Super Bowl ever. Man, there's been some bad ones. Look at some of the scores they've had in Super Bowl history. You go back 30, 40 years, some of the games ended up 51-19. So, again, we have a football game here. And I don't know, maybe if anybody doesn't like defense, they haven't walked a sideline on a Friday night. I've enjoyed it. Maybe because you guys are here with me that I've enjoyed the Super Bowl so far. All right, first half, under obviously there at the 22.5. Let me see if they have those MVP odds before I go maybe take a restroom break while Bad Bunny is on. Let you guys come back and tell me. Look, here's the thing. If you're going to watch Bad Bunny, because I'm telling you to, I think you'll be thoroughly entertained. I think this guy's a real good. This type of music for this day and age, I'm not worried. Like Bad Bunny said, it's not about what language the music is in. This is music that you want to dance to. Hey, it's awesome to see Fred Warner on the but I will say this. I've always thought Maria Taylor has been very, very strong in this role. I watched the pregame show here. I might be over Maria actually right now. I mean, very scripted. She's kind of taken away the seriousness of the game a little bit on some of her. And I've always been a fan of hers, but I thought she was kind of weak in the pregame and what I'm hearing right now from her. So looks like Team Fluff might be winning the Puppy Bowl over here right now. And like I said, watch out for Boba, the Chihuahua mix, looking like the MVP here of the Puppy Bowl. All right, I think I'm going to take my break. Bad Bunny's coming in here with I don't know, with his back of his jersey says Ocasio. That's his, one of his last names. But seriously, you guys, this guy is such a global superstar. Just because, we know Michael, we know all the great performers, Prince, but this guy actually, if you just the way it is in the technology today with the, internet and the way music is distributed, he actually is probably the biggest performer of all time. And for those that said, we want to see what we're used to. The NFL is saying, we want to introduce ourselves to new people. We want people watching in Hispanic countries. He's from Puerto Rico, which of course is U.S. territory, even if we don't help them when they have a bad disaster. But they want people to say, you know what, the NFL gets me. They understand me. They're catering to me here this time. And I do think you're going to find that this music is really going to get your feet. Just try to have an open mind here a little bit, if you will. Ignore the lyrics. Just listen to the beats, the rhythms, and the tempo. I'm a big music fan, so I think it's easy for me to overcome some of those biases that we might have, especially in today's politically charged environment. So, okay, I'm going to go up to a little bit of a break here, listen to the music, and maybe use the restroom, get a cold Pepsi Cola here, and get ready for the second half. And okay, I'll give it to you. Hopefully it is better. Hopefully there'll be 3 touchdowns. Hopefully both teams will score touchdowns here right now. But the Pats have this game. They have them right where they want them here. Sure, they would have liked to. I mean, the Seahawks got them right where they wanted. Sure, they like to have a few more points. Seahawks with 3 sacks so far in the game. It's been a big difference. This great defense, but you got to take a step back and say, look, we could have, we only have them here by 9 points right now. That has got to be a concern. And hope Darnold doesn't make a key mistake in the second half, because I think that he's already shown now maybe he's taking more chances, because the Patriots, let's face it, they're not taking chances, and that's been a big part of the problem. It feels like with their inefficiency on offense. JSN just 1 catch for 4 yards. Diggs 1 catch for 5 yards. I mean, right now you're 90 yards shy on your JSN props, and Diggs has kind of looked like the disappearing Diggs that we're used to. Kenneth Walker. But I do want to go with you guys that did take that kicker prop at 100-1, because that does feel like right now, or whatever it was, maybe it was better. But you got to give the kicker a big time chance here for the MVP. Yes, maybe Walker, just because he's a yardage man, and man, he already smashed his props in the first half. But if, say it is 18-10, 18-13, 18-14, if the Patriots can even score, could the kicker get it's certainly here right now. You've got to consider Myers right up there with Walker right now for that MVP of the game here. So still awaiting, still setting up the stage, but I'm going to go, kind of wanted to wait till the music starts, hang here with you guys a little bit, and maybe get ready for some of your other props for the second half. Which player, can the Patriots make the adjustments here right now in the second half? It's just not working out. I mean, if anything, May has kind of adjusted his own internal clock, because that pressure, the receivers aren't ready. So they're going to need more short intermediate passing, as tough as that's been, and maybe get some guys to make some plays. Stevenson should be able to get on the outside and maybe get over on a guy a little bit with his size and speed, although Seattle's got great tacklers out there as well, and Henderson hasn't been great. So, okay, here we go. Let's listen to the music. I'll be back in a few. Thank you, everybody, for joining me. Uh-oh, there we are. I'm back. Hey, whichever's halftime show you'd enjoyed, I hope you did enjoy it. No dress, by the way. Did cash. Bad Bunny only wore the same outfit out there the whole time. Definitely enjoyed it. Saw me dancing there a little bit. Hey, those of you who didn't like it, hey, those are you guys who embrace the hate. You guys don't like things like that. You guys rather sit off in the corner, drinking your Bud Lights there and trying to turn back the clock back into the 50s here and setting race back, all the years and everything. Hey, you saw the sign: embrace love, not hate. But oh man, I'm hating this game if we don't get it going here with the Patriots right now. And what a performance in the first half, especially the pressure from the Seattle Seahawks. The defense has been the story here so far, and Kenneth Walker and Myers as well. So Patriots are going to just have to figure out how to make those adjustments. They're going to have to get the ball quicker to receivers or to running backs here, unless they can try to somehow get them. You saw the drop there by Hunter Henry, maybe. Somehow you've got to be able to get it quicker to him right now because the pressure is just too much at this point for Drake May. May so far, 6 of 11 for just 48 yards. Are you sure it's not snowing out there right now? So great job so far from the Seahawks. Hey, if you watch the Puppy Bowl there, right? Did you guys check in at any of the Puppy Bowl? Team Fluff there wraps it up again, getting the Lombardi trophy there, 72-69, and the MVP was Mush, the Aussie mix, a total underdog there for MVP in that one. Also Boba. Boba was up there too. Did Boba win it? There, I might have got it wrong. Anyways, I was trying to watch the music, but I see the Puppy Bowl. They're probably replaying it here right now. So, all right. Hey, I saw a lot of books. I saw a lot of scenes from sports books. I know you guys didn't enjoy, but man, they were dancing in the sports books there. And come on, you guys, you could be critical. I don't mind. We're here open, but I will say this: Lady Gaga was playing second fiddle. I don't know that to me. Who are your biggest stars in pop music? I mean, you had Lady Gaga coming on as a co-star, basically, to Bad Bunny. So not sure the haters you guys are just a little bit behind the times. You're not all modern like me, okay? All right. Hey, at least Fox News has another 4 weeks of content here to talk about after the halftime show, okay? Hopefully you got your refreshments ready for the second half, and maybe we will see. Like I said, they're still within 2 scores, talking about the New England Patriots here right now. So there is that for them, but all they need here is one quick score for the Seattle Seahawks. Current line here at the Super Bowl. Second half line is, I believe, a Pick'em in 21. Is that right? Let me dial it up here. So second half, Patriots minus a half at even, total 21, shaded to the over at minus 115. Live line, Seattle -9, minus 120. So odds makers are saying that the Patriots could be at least playing equal here in the second half against Seattle. If you looked at it, you'd have to think, come on, maybe you would think Seattle is played just well enough that couldn't they come out and duplicate that performance in the second half that they just did? Could they even open up the margin? I think if you like the Seahawks to continue on, this is your opportunity to bet here. It feels like to me, I guess there's a chance that the Patriots can score with a little backdoor scoring, but they haven't scored yet. What makes you think they could get 7 if they can't get 0? If they can't get off 0 here right now. So I really appreciate it. Whether you liked the show or not, I appreciate you guys coming in here and listening to me talk about it. I know you guys hated it, actually, but no doubt seeing some of your comments, very entertaining there as well. And nobody here liked. I know my crowd. Amazing, you guys still like me, or maybe you don't. But I think I'm fair. I think I'm fair on all that, and told you guys where to make sure you go watch the. Where did you watch the alternative broadcast? Did you have to go to YouTube to watch it there? And why was it so short there with the show? I know the halftime show itself at the Super Bowl, 18 minutes long there. So, all right, we get your comments. Are you taking anything here in the second half, folks? With your betting as well. Sounds like you guys are all in a real good position for all your plays there after the first half. Just doing a great job so far. Okay, I'm setting up here all my social media. And you guys aren't alone. You guys aren't alone that we're in critique. There are a lot of people, though, who did. There are people who did like it as well. And again, if you like music, I mean, I don't know. That's kind of what I like music. I like things that can make you move a little bit. I did listen to a few moments here for sure, just trying to be fair. Heard some old songs there from Kid Rock. Pretty entertaining. Yeah. They were having a party there at the up in Santa Clara, though. I'll tell you that much.
Final.
And this just in, per Next Gen Stats, Bad Bunny had 124.4 yards at the halftime show. You saw him with the ball. He has outgained the New England Patriots so far with the ball. So maybe they should have Bad Bunny come in and carry, because he had the ball there for quite a while. He didn't lose possession either. So, all right. Ready, set to go here in the second half. Got Ashley singing her song here for the second half, and we'll get it going here in just a moment in the Bay Area. Beautiful day in California. By the way, in California today, this is not a joke. It is Bad Bunny Day here in California, officially named by Gavin Newsom, another favorite of the crowd. Elliot would like at least here, if he's going to give me the business about Bad Bunny, I got to sing, "Hail to the Redskins, hail victory, hail to the Redskins, fight for DC." Okay, there you go, Elliot. One for the old times, right? How come, look, if you guys, you Trumpers out there, how has he not made the Washington Commanders change their name back to the Redskins yet? Come on. Now, I thought the best, and here's my little secret, okay? Here's my little secret on the Bad Bunny. And someone made this great. In fact, it's a legend, actually, in some of the music game here. If you know DJ Academics, he said, if you all don't know any of these Bad Bunny songs, you don't have a Latina in your life. Just saying. All right. Maybe, what we should have had is we should have had, I'm seeing one of the representatives out here, I believe, of the, but maybe we should have had a women's flag football game there at halftime, huh? Here we go. Remember, the Patriots are getting it first, so Myers going to kick it off. They're going to go for another touchback here. No, this one's going to be in play. Returned from the 10. And it's going to be back here to the 32-yard line by Johnson, and that's where the Patriots will get started. Deep breath if you're the Patriots. Can they get anything going here right now? Vrabel more concerned with how his quarter zip what is it called? The sleeveless quarter zip here, how it looks on him rather than probably. Hey, the last time that Lady Gaga was on the Super Bowl halftime show, the Patriots did come back to win the game. If you remember the game there, it was 28-3. All right, here's a play action for May. He's going to go with a little looping pass here. Tried to get it to Douglas, but it actually was a very poor pass, and it was behind the receiver. It looked like he was trying to lead him there a little bit, but not a good pass, actually. So It'll be second down here. That nice idea, to try to work some timing plays in a little bit. Seahawks didn't come with any hard pressure. They were just running. They did run a 4-man rush there. And Minwari was on the coverage here, the talented rookie. Now they bring in motion Henderson. They give it to again. He gets one good block, and Henderson has a gain here. Going to be 7 or 8 yards. Now to 3rd manageable. But again, every third down's been a real problem. The first drive or two, right, the Patriots were able to, kind of, they are showing a wild scene, though. Just goes to show you guys, I mean, I know I don't talk about Bad Bunny anymore. He walked right out of the stadium, and even though all the music, he was still performing to a swath of fans, singing songs, really a man of the people. Okay, 3rd and short here right now. Call it 3 from the 39. May, no pressure on him. Throws, incomplete, knocked away by Job. May is the one having a hard time right now. Great coverage right there, and it's time to punt. Time to punt. 3 and out. So nothing doing. It was an out route here, but the Patriots all over it there. No chance. I know you guys didn't watch it, and I'm sure the women were a lot hotter looking than, that was a fire, those ladies, but maybe I'm just an old single man. All right, here's the punt. Pretty good one here. Pushes the Shaheed all the way back to the 9-yard line where he had to call for a fair catch. So here we are again. Patriots get a little bit of pushback on the field position, but and it did work to their favor for the most part, holding them to 9 points. But when you can't get anything, could have been an offsides there actually on Seattle there, but nothing called. It's only been, I think, one penalty in this game. Man, how about that no TDs? Are we heading there, you guys? Maybe Ivan would even, if we don't get a TV, maybe no TD, maybe even I would have I'll admit, not a great game, but how would have Denver been a better opposition here? All right, I give it to Walker here to start things off. He's going to fall ahead, forward, gain of, maybe 2, out here to the 11-yard line right now for Walker. Like I said, who's the MVP so far? You know what else? I think Drake May, man, maybe needs to. How many rushes did he have in the first half? 1? 2 for 10 yards, and what was over and under 6.5 attempts? I think you're supposed to have more attempts right there. All right. You saw the couple there in the Bad Bunny halftime. They actually did get married. This was part of their ceremony planned. But, hey, here's a big completion by Darnold to get things started as Shaheed makes the catch. Here, Shaheed, my man, Rashid Shaheed, with a reception here. 1st and 10. 15 yards for Shaheed. There, his first catch, I believe, of the game overall, right, for Rashid Shaheed? Like I said, he's probably my favorite player to root for in this game, even though I'm not on them here. Darnold again. Not much pressure, and he's got Smith and Jigba out to the 43-yard line. Perfect timing, perfect route, making it look easy here so far. First down. Darnold, he's going to take off running here. Darnold, look at him go. He might get a first down here. He juked the Patriots. He told them, give me a block down there. Darnold rushes for 13 yards and a first down. Good scripted drive here right now. Boy, you got to wonder if the Patriots can even get up off the mat. Barmore looking tired. He's just jogging out here trying to get guys. the way this game is going, Bad Bunny might have been, even if you didn't like him, he might be the highlight of the show. Anyways, here we go. They give the ball to Walker. He bounces off of a tackler, and he's got yardage here, a gain of just 2 or 3, but he was almost tackled for a loss. Now, I'm showing bookmakers that are talking about it. They are saying that they are mostly on the hook with the Seahawks here. So I appreciate everybody's been saying that the Patriots feel a little bit like a dog, but Milton Williams right now, he is looking gassed out here as well. The Patriots are in trouble. All right, here comes a 2nd and 7. They pass it to Walker, and he's free again. Walker, look out. 35, 30, 25. He's inside here to the 23-yard line. Walker gets a short pass and turns it into great yardage. And they are mowing them down here in the second half. Seattle, can they finally convert here and get a touchdown? The Patriots defense is already gassed here. They're showing all their weakness right now. Okay. I mean, the books are reporting 70% of bets on Seattle here, a massive payday for the public in general. Not all the books. I'm just generalizing. I have a column for bookmakers and just kind of putting the pieces together here a little bit. Give to Walker. He's going to rush to the outside. Gain of 1, maybe 1.5 here right now. One thing it does have us a little bit for us football fans is kind of defending, how poor maybe the game has been. Like I said, I think it's been just fine. I don't mind a little defense, but I've gotten comments from my family sending in some comments as well saying the game, maybe a little bit older fan with some of my relatives, but says the game is so much faster than just several years ago when watching football, and the fans are on fire. Okay, looks like we've got a timeout here on the field. What's going on here? Man, Walker taking care of business out here. Wouldn't you like to have a back like him? You got to wonder if Drake May is having shoulder difficulties as well. I mean, he has to get rid of the ball quicker, but he doesn't want to get contacted, it feels like. Here's Darnold, throws this one incomplete. It's going to be a 3rd down and long here right now. Showed Kenneth Walker's dad, obviously, enjoying the proceedings here. He's got 126 yards of total offense. The rest of the team, 126 yards of offense. Darnold's up to 140 yards now on 12 of 26. We got to update the scoreboard there. Darnold throws incomplete. He tried to get it out here to Cooper Kupp, and here comes Myers in. Is he going to get his 4th field goal here already? Now, 2 of the last 3 Super Bowl teams who have trailed by 7 or more points at halftime have won outright, but no sign of any turnaround here, and the Patriots could be going up here by technically 2 touchdowns at 12-0 should they hit this one. But this one here, 31-yarder. What have we had? 29, 28, 31, and going to be 31 here right now? It's good. 12-0. Whoa. They got a field goal, and that's all, Hey, they'll take it right now because the defense has been so dominant here. There we go, 12-0. All right, a few more comments in here. FB Gotti said, "Did they have to?" Only guy who liked it here was me, Gotti. But I'll tell you what, when he announces his U.S. tour, I bet you he sells out all the dates. All right, Andrew K. Let's go, Pats. He said a good hold there to at least keep him off the end zone. 12-0 right now. And could it be a kicker finally to get the MVP here right now? Those first TD bets are still alive. Who do you have for first TD out there? I'm on Austin Hooper for the Patriots, and I took a first TD. I took them both first TD in the game and first TD for their respective teams. So also Walker for the Seattle Seahawks. Walker was plus 380 for the Seahawks. So pretty good there as far as Walker. Obviously, it seems like he's got a hot chance here. So credit to our man Jason Myers. I talked about Rashid Shaheed just because of his spectacular form, but Jason Myers, another San Diego kid that I've got to be rooting for here. Myers went to a modern-day Catholic high school in Chula Vista, California. Maybe having a career moment. He did his kicking at Marist, but did play varsity for 4 years, was also conference kicker of the year down here in San Diego. That area is kind of south of San Diego, Chula Vista, just about 10 miles north, not even that far, of the Mexican border. And that's where Jason Myers played his football. So might be a San Diego kid as an MVP here in this one with Jason Myers right now. He's got all 12 points in the Super Bowl. He was also a soccer player of the year in San Diego as well. So, all right, we're just about set to come back there. Oh, there's my man Rashid Shaheed on the little feature there, showing him from San Diego. They also showed Carlton Davis from Miami, Kenneth Walker there from Memphis. I like those pictures there. Travion Henderson, of course, from the DMV there. All right, well, the Patriots are going to get the ball. Can they get a first down? Patriots just with 4 first downs in this game, and they've given up 4 field goals. All right, here's the return. And it'll be Johnson here again. He's going to get out here. Oh, he's got a nice move there, and he's up to the 32-yard line once again. They've had some okay starting position, even greater than this, but they failed to capitalize at all. And one penalty in this game. Is that right so far? Drake May just 6 of 13 for 48 yards. Stevenson 7 carries for 23 right now. So here we go with May. He's got Henderson in the backfield right now with a fullback in there. Look at this. Here's a little bit. They've got the fullback in there now to go with this play. So let's see if they run it with Henderson, but try to get a little momentum with the fullback to lead the way. And the block is there, so it works. And Henderson's got 8. So they did have the big fullback in there kind of leading the way. And maybe, just maybe, they've got to kind of use that, go back a little throwback action there to get things going. Patriots with just 6 punts so far and 4 first downs. So that worked. It was Westover in there as the fullback. They've abandoned that now, going with 2 receivers to the right, and they bring the man in motion here, and they give it to Henderson again, but this time he's stood up for a 0 right now. It's going to be 3rd and 1, maybe 3rd and 2. What a game here for Witherspoon. He's been one of the best players for this Seattle defense so far for sure. You could, hey, if the Super Bowl is getting a little boring, that Olympics coverage is starting, the replays of the coverage there, not the NBC primetime yet, but some of the events from earlier today. If you've been watching the Olympics, most of the coverage starts at about 1 or 2 in the morning with some of the best events around 3 or 4 and on. Okay, it's going to be third and a long one here in May from the shotgun. It's got time this time. And now here comes the pressure. He had enough time, and not a great pass. Tried to get it to Douglas. I'd say this one's on May. He may be feeling the heat a little bit here, but May has been under pressure and in a heat, in a rush to get rid of this ball. And 4th and 1, they got a punt even from here right now. Tried to get it to Demario Douglas. Patriots aren't in any mood to be going for it here, right? Hey, come on. Isn't this go for it territory in the regular season? What's going on? 4th and 1 at the 40-yard line? Shoot, in the regular season, we're going for that 9 out of 10 times. Especially when we're not doing anything. Rashid Shaheed calls for the fair catch at the 17-yard line. And that's where they'll take over. Well, if this game is any more boring, maybe I'll have to do this again next year. Hopefully you've liked me here calling the game. We've had 1,500 people stop by here in and out. Smash it and like it. Here, I'm Ramon Scott of the Sports Money Network. Here, we are gambling-oriented coverage. If you're just seeing me for the first time, we have flagship shows here 5 days a week at 6 a.m., 9 a.m. Eastern and 6 a.m. Pacific, and also at 6 p.m. Eastern, 3 Pacific. Daily gambling shows 5 days a week. We also have weekend coverage at 9 a.m. Eastern, 6 Pacific as well. Here's the Seahawks ready to take over once again. They have 252 yards now here in the game. Darnold, 140 yards. Kenneth Walker, 100 yards rushing on 17 carries. Who do you pick right now if the game were to end? Would you go with Myers here, my man Myers, or would you go with Walker and his 100 yards? I guess I'm going to go with the bias here and go with my man Jason Myers here. Got to have a little bias in there. But Walker's been the one to kind of establish the tone and the tempo. Darnold definitely started to get off there a little bit. And, hey, how about if you're sweating the under 56.5 yards for the longest punt in this game? You're winning still so far, but, man, it's been close on some of these. The Patriots punter, give him credit. He's been the MVP for the Patriots so far. All right, current line here for the Super Bowl. Seattle minus 12.5, total 28, shaded to the over at minus $1.12 or so right now. All right, let's see some of the comments here. Dirty Reg talking about those kicker props there. Man, what a day for Myers. Big O's ready to go call some. You know what? Big O, I think I'm better on the thoroughbred announcing, though. And Jimmy says, May having a rough time out there. Dirty Reg, happy with Darnold. Nacho Vegas, thank you for your comments there. Appreciate you watching. And I could be headed for some L's here in the Super Bowl. Wasn't the best day for me gambling, but just enjoying the time with you here. Showing the commissioner here. He's got to be worried about his game. Maybe he needs to bring that regular kickoff back. Defense wins championships, somebody once said. First down 10, 7:34. We're midway through the third quarter here. Darnold gives it to Walker. Walker, whoa, what do we got here? Look out. Play action, and Darnold, he wanted to go up top, but he got drilled and sacked for a loss. And it was Williams coming through with a big play. Darnold couldn't be decisive enough. They faked the handoff uh, to Walker, and it looked like they wanted to go up top. Williams was in there to pressure him quickly. It wasn't a play that took a short time to develop. Had time, but really Williams grabbed him with a hand, and now it's going to be a second down and, oh man, about 19 or 20 here all of a sudden. Patriots need to use the defense here to try to drum up some momentum. Second down 18, 6:50 to go. Darnold throws a quick screen pass, and it's going to be a short gain, tackled by Jones. Ball out to the 13.5-yard line right now. So Darnold was killing the play there a little bit. Jackson Smith-Njigba getting attention to his ankle. We really haven't seen any injury that has stopped play at all. No one's been helped off the field, but Njigba did get attention to his ankle and is limping just a little bit. He's been very ineffective in this game. He's not in there right now, obviously. Bobo's in there, and it's 3rd and 14. And they're just going to run a draw play here to Walker, and he's going to pick up about 8. But it'll be punt time here. Maybe he got 9, racking up those yards. Dirty Reg says the kicker won't get it. I don't know, Dirty Reg. I'll say 6 field goals will get it done. 5 may even get it done. Walker, though, having a monster game that certainly going to get the real votes here. But I would say, right, I'd have to say I'd go right now Walker, but maybe 50-50 if they can get another one. So they're going to punt here from the 20. And the Patriots, the defense has done a great job too. They really have. I mean, any team that was in a Super Bowl would take it if the other team had 12 points right through the first 29 minutes of the game. Patriots here on a punt return. And it's going to be a little bit of a return. In fact, the man is loose here in a good return right now. But there is a flag down. Did feel like it was on the Patriots as some men were getting pushed from behind there, behind the play, it looks like. So just move it back all those yards. Jones with the penalty. Just, I believe, the second penalty left in this game. So I'm going to list now all the previous shutouts in Super Bowl history. Could we see a record performance here tonight with the first shutout in Super Bowl history? You know, the Miami Dolphins were arguably heading to a shutout against the Washington Redskins back in the day. And they were attempting a field goal. It's a famous play now, and many of you have probably seen it. But the field goal was botched, and actually the kicker, a man by the name of Garo Upremian, who was not an athlete at all, typical kicker, picked up the ball, tried to throw it, did throw his arm forward, but the ball kind of spun out of his hand, and Washington got the ball, got a touchdown eventually, and the final score was 14-7. Miami went undefeated in that season, a historic season that people still refer to. You always hear it when a team finally loses, they say, well, you got the Dolphins, still the undefeated team. Schedule was shorter back then, but no doubt. Hey, one thing I commented on one of the morning shows today was, used to be back in the day, if your quarterback was ineffective, you just bring in the second string guy at halftime. It happened all the time back in the 70s and even the 80s, back before the first string quarterback made, $12 million a year. You just put in the second guy, see if you could charge it up. Could Jared Stidham come in this game here for the Patriots? I guess not. Jason Myers has scored points in every single quarter of this game. So, look, Seattle, they might not even need to throw the ball again here tonight right now. They might be able to win it just taking time off the clock. All right, the ball is going to be here right now at the 27-yard line. New England here with another possession. Seattle is 90% to win this game. After checking out his ankle there and trying to run it off, Jackson Smith-Njigba has entered the tent. Drake May drops back. Seattle's not getting as much pressure right now, but they're going to take him down. He couldn't find a receiver. That's a coverage sack. They only rushed 4. No blitz was on. Murphy was in there for the Seahawks. Another sack. That commercial had Freebird. I'm sure that excited the chat. Did Cardi B ever show up? So Drake May, coverage sack there, couldn't get rid of the ball. All right, next here, Darnold having trouble here, but he's finally got a completion here, but short of the first down. It's going to be 3rd and 4. That was Mac Hollins with a reception there right now. Hollins with the catch. I think that's Hollins. Is that his first catch of the game here for Mac Hollins? It's his 3rd target. Drake May has been sacked 19 times in the postseason. That's tied for the most ever with Joe Burrow. So 3rd and 4. I don't think they're still in position to have to go for it on 4th down. Blitz is on, and this one is thrown too hard. And, incomplete. May fired it to his receiver. It was just too hard. May did not put any touch on it. He had to get it out. I don't know if he could have taken the it was too far in front too. His booty, he had to make like a diving catch. All right, they have to punt it again here. Rashid going to call for yet another fair catch at the 21-yard line. No need. They probably said, hey, no need to get any crazy here right now. So Drake May just couldn't get it to his man right here. And only 7 carries for Stevenson as well. I believe that's been a mistake. He definitely, has been able to rush hard into the line with, not being stopped really. I mean, I just have not enough attempts really, it feels like for me, for Stevenson. Yeah, 23 yards, but I probably would have went for a little more Stevenson here. So even at that point, the ball was just a little bit too much on the Patriots side of the field to consider even going for it here right now. So Cooper Kupp, the leading receiver in this game for Seattle, 4 receptions for 44 yards. Walker has 106 yards right now. And we'll see you back in 29 weeks. 29 weeks with more football next season. Who's the favorite to win the Super Bowl next year? Do you think it's Seattle right now? Do you think you can go back to teams like the Eagles in Buffalo with the sports money betting brothers? Do my Chargers have a chance to improve next season with Coach Harbaugh and a healthy Justin Herbert, offensive line hopefully stay healthy, and my man Mike McDaniel in there at wide receiver, offensive coordinator now? All right, we're just about set to resume here. It'll be 1st down and 10. There is 3 minutes and 38 seconds left here in Super Bowl 60. Thank you to everyone watching. We've had over 1,500 people stop by the broadcast tonight. My name is Ramon Scott here, and I'm a part of the Sports Money Network. Patriots have just 73 yards total. This will be one of the most anemic performances offensively in Super Bowl history so far for the Patriots. They did get 8 plays on that first drive. It resulted in a punt. Then they went 4 plays, punt. Then they went 3 plays, punt. 3 plays, punt. 6 plays and punt. Kneel down on a first play of the second half. Then here in the second half, 3 plays and punt, 3 plays and punt, 3 plays and punt. Your team's offense would have fared better, and I don't even care if it was, who can we pick on here? The Saints? Even Tyler Shuck could have gotten this offense going here. They run with Walker. He bounces off some tacklers. He's going to get stood up and lose 3. So the report about the couple that was cutting the cake, appearing to kind of celebrate a fake wedding there, NFL does report that the couple actually tried to get Bad Bunny, it's like anybody would, right, to do their wedding. But he did one better. He said, do your wedding, and then come be part of the halftime. It was all scripted out, but it was a real couple celebrating their wedding. Maybe they got married earlier, but I mean, still. Okay, here you go with Darnold with time here. Throws, and this one's knocked away, incomplete, intended for Kupp. But again, great coverage out here. If you had to pick some of the better players in this game and trying to look for any Patriot that's had a game, you'd have to think Christian Gonzalez maybe has been the best Patriot in this game with yet another breakup here. This time he was on Kupp. He's already broken it up twice with JSN. JSN, I mean, he's going to end up, could you get could DraftKings return all those JSN here right now? He's not in the game, right? Here's Darnold with time, throws, complete. It's Kupp again. He does pick up about 8 here. It's going to be 3rd and 4, 3rd and 5. Maybe it's a gain of 7 here right now. All right, 3rd down here. Jason Myers is starting to get more attention from media here. Myers is now 9-1 to win Super Bowl MVP here at the moment. Still, Walker is a heavy favorite at plus $1.80. Here's the punt by the Seahawks here. High and deep. Takes a Seahawk bounce and will come to a stop at the 26.5-yard line. Walker is minus $1.80 here, actually, to win the MVP. That's pretty solid. Darnold 4-1, May 8-1, Myers 9-1, Kupp 30-1, JSN 8-1 right now. That was just as a couple of minutes ago. That was before the last drive. JSN actually, and it wasn't it was his ankle that was being looked at on the field. Returned to the game. Now he's in there for a concussion in the blue. That's why he went to the blue tent. So we'll see if that could you've got to think that JSN was on a lot of even at 94 yards. Could they bring him back? Here's a gain of 3 here for the Patriots here to start things off. They get it up to the 30-yard line here. So we'll see right now. May, there was a run there by Henderson. Now May here, he's going to escape the pocket. He was almost sacked, take off running here, and we got a flag down. Might be something in the secondary. May short of the first down. Is it going to be some holding? Is this one going against the Patriots here? If you can't even make your run, or maybe it's a defensive holding. It was. Okay. Maybe they needed that. Now Jackson Smith and Jigba is going to the locker room here. Look, Seattle's comfortably in the lead here, but the best player but best skill player in this game. I think that's without question. JSN is heading to the locker room. If you're going to the locker room right now with a concussion with a minute left in the third quarter, you got to wonder if JSN can come back to the game. So first down here after the penalty, and he's pressured again. He tries to throw it out here to Austin Hooper, my man Hooper, trying to get involved, but the ball was strangely deflected, or it flipped up into the air. I don't know if it was someone touched the arm there of May or if it slipped out of his hand, but that was bizarre. Pressure was coming from the outside from Lawrence. Lawrence beat his man, and oh gosh, yes, he smashed him down good. They're lucky that wasn't even a fumble. Now the ball did happen to go all the way out of bounds, but still, that was some heavy pressure again. Andrew K says Pat's good enough to win, and our Tom says don't forget about the 49ers next year. Ramon, come on, you got a healthy McCaffrey. You got Brock Purdy. Brock Purdy is the quarterback of the San Francisco 49ers. Everybody will get all bent out of shape. They got a good backup. If I'm Mac Jones, man, he might be able to maybe, hey, Mac Jones, where did he come from? Where did he play quarterback before? Hey, this just in, guys. The alternate halftime did have 4.7 million live viewers. Congratulations to Kid Rock. And this crowd here expect over 120 million viewers, buddy. But I think that fumble. The ball's loose. Seattle's got it. Drake May dropped the ball. He was getting sacked. He just dropped. Easy recovery for Seattle here. That feels like the backbreaker for sure right now. And they're doing the sea chicken. I don't know what they're doing, dancing with the Seahawk out there. That was the big turnover. It was out near midfield, but May just overwhelmed here by more defensive line pressure. He tried to slip the ball into his left hand to keep it away from just a great poke by Hall. That's the game's first turnover here in the last few seconds. And, you could make an argument now. Look, you don't ever do this. And look, only one defensive player has ever been named, if I'm not mistaken, right? As the MVP of the Super Bowl. I don't even know which guy. Seattle's been so good. I don't know which guy you'd give it to. But you could just say the defense has been the most valuable player. All right, they run that same play, a double play action here, and throw a completion to Barner again. That's the same exact play from the third play of the game. Barner, completion, first down. Great performance by this defense by Seattle, and here's a first down. Great job. Barner got 12 yards, and Barner, I believe, has gone over his numbers here. You're not going to find very many players over on their numbers today, but I think that's 3 for 39, and that's the end of the third quarter. End of the third quarter, trying to change the graphic. Yeah, it did seem like that was the crushing blow there. We're headed to the fourth. Mike loves when you hold those fours up. If you don't know, that's a tradition. I don't think we really do it in the NFL. Yeah, I guess everyone still does it. That's something that comes from the high school ranks. When the fourth quarter comes, everybody holds up their fours. At least that's what I remember it from. One thing I do to this day is every Friday night, you guys get tired of me here on these channels, but I actually do like a 2-hour show on Friday nights during the football season from Mike about highlighting the football in my community. I do a post-game show just like on here on StreamYard I send the link out to some of my favorite players. I, contact them on social media. They all know who I am anyways, and everyone's cool with me. I've done it for my whole life here, over 45 years. So and then after the game, I interview the best players from around my high school area, actually right after the game. Sometimes they're even on the bus. Sometimes they're at their favorite fast food joints with their girlfriends, and they come on the show and I interview them and highlight the best teams. I try to get to every team here a little bit. So, all right. Hey, I saw from social media right now. If you want to take a chance, I did see a bet from one of our guys, and it's a razor sharp. He likes over 13.5 in the fourth quarter. I'd say that's good news for the Patriots. I mean, come on, Seattle can't get all those points, can they? Shout out to Razor there. And the one thing I will kick myself on a little bit is the fact that throughout the season there, especially on the show, I would constantly talk about how I thought the NFC teams were, better than the AFC teams. And you got to wonder if any AFC team could have done better than this. Denver, certainly you got to think about them. The Patriots right now have 78 yards of offense. The Vikings hold the record for the fewest yards in a Super Bowl with 119 in their 16-6 loss to the Steelers, Super Bowl IX in 1975. That was a dominating performance as well. Here's a run to Walker. Tick, tick, tick has started here right now. So they had 17 yards rushing and 102 yards passing. They're also the graphic there, Patriots, second Super Bowl team with no touchdowns in the first 3 quarters of the game. So obviously that's 6 points for the Vikings did come in the first half. That was before my first Super Bowl was Raiders and Vikings. I believe that was 1977, the 1976 season. And strangely enough, they tried to get it to Cooper Kupp. Broken up there. Could have been interference there. Good breakup, though. And I think we've had so much defense tonight, it all looks like a great play. So kind of ironic there, although this is, that was technically the 1976 season. 1976 was the 200th anniversary of our country, of course, and this being the 250th anniversary. The teams are wearing the logo of the 250 there, just because this is the 2026, obviously, but the 2026 season obviously coming up. Okay, Darnold here on third down. They pick it up with Cooper Kupp, and Cooper Kupp has had a great performance here in what could be his last game. I don't know. If I'm Cooper Kupp, hey, I got to go with maybe here with another season right now. A lot of people said that Cooper Kupp at the we know that Seattle won the lost the coin toss, right? But a lot of people say they misinterpreted what he said there. It sounded like heads, but the ref said he called tails. I guess they didn't argue, but we'll go back and hear about that maybe later. All right, Seattle's at the 16. Darnold going for the end zone, wide open. Touchdown, A.J. Barner is the man to put the ball in the end zone first. A.J. Barner, we talked about him extensively there as the man who could be a big performer here in the Super Bowl. I don't think he wins the MVP with the only touchdown, but he runs a route from the left tight end. He sent him in motion to the right and slipped right through. Terrible coverage by the Patriots. They're obviously fatigued right now. Could not figure out the play design. Wide open. Touchdown. The Seahawks are going to go on to win their second career Super Bowl here. The Patriots can't get anything going on any of their possessions. 8 punts, 8 possessions, poor third down calls as well. A dismal performance and a great job by the Seahawks here and Barner with that first touchdown here for the Seahawks. I can think of one team that might give the Seahawks a problem, and those guys are the Rams. They're in the NFC though. So Barner 11-1 to get mostly that first touchdown today, if I'm not mistaken. Walker was the favorite there at 4-1. And Drake May was 15-1. Travion 27, and it's Barner who really was one of the favorites actually to get that touchdown. And there's my guy Stokes. Says it's over by a landslide. He told us. Seahawks. Like I said, I show 70%. Most of the books are saying they're along the line for the Seahawks. You guys in the chat have been telling me all week that the Patriots are the public team. The bookmakers would say otherwise. Bookmakers are saying they're on the line for a loss here with the Seahawks. We'll see. The books never lose with all those props. Yeah, I've been unimpressed by the commercials, actually. I'm listening to every one. I've got an earpiece in here trying to see if any of these are good, but they haven't caught my attention. I try to even take a break during the commercial, watch it for a second or two. Okay, could Barner come up and get the MVP here? I don't think so. I think Walker, with his rushing yards here so far, I mean, he has 105 rushing yards, 131 yards total. You've got Myers with the 4 field goals. Could it be a third player here to kind of enter the chat? Could they do something strange with hey, that we just give it to the whole defense or something like that? Now we got Mr. Beast on here currently. Anybody watch Mr. Beast programming there? He's on there for Salesforce. What about those challenges with Mr. Beast? Could you go in underground for 30 days for $1 million? Probably, right? You got to get mad when they take the money, when they take the $100,000 after a week, and you're like, "What are you doing?" Patriots are the 5th team to have no points through 3 quarters in Super Bowl history. The most recent. Let's see here. I think they showed it on the screen there, didn't they? And could it be the first shutout ever? All right, your chance to vote for the Super Bowl MVP comes up right now. The NFL is asking for your vote. Log on to the NFL app. It's you who picks the part of the Super Bowl MVP. Go check right now. Drake May, Sam Darnold, Ramondre Stevenson, Kenneth Walker. These are just the guys on the list. We know it's got to be a Seahawk. But Smith and Jigba, Shaheed, Cup, Bobo, they're listing them all. I got to find the kicker on here. Do we have the kicker? We've got plenty of guys. Go vote right now. Your choice for Super Bowl MVP right on the NFL app right now. Got the green screen on there a little bit. Can't really show it. I look like Jeff. I look like MMA Jeff trying to show my phone right now. So go to the NFL app. You might have it on your phone. You could vote for the MVP right now. You know who I'm voting for. I'm voting for my man. Do they have? They better have the kicker on here. They don't. What are they doing? I'm going to have to make a tweet. I don't see the kicker on here. I got to make a tweet right now. That also has to affect the betting dramatically, doesn't it? The NFL app is open for Super Bowl MVP voting. However, the kickers aren't listed. Do I have it right? I'll look again and see if I've missed it here, but so we did have some fisticuffs here, and one of the referees was injured. Stephon Diggs has absolutely made a complete fool of himself out here tonight. Stephon Diggs has been a big-time loser, just like he has been in his entire career, quite frankly. He did have a good last part of the season here, but when you're losing the Super Bowl and you look like just a frustrated player, just more Diggs, just a. Although Job was also highly culpable there as well, I think. Neither player is ejected there. In fact, they could not eject him because no flag was thrown. All right, so that's big news. That to me, I don't know that now. It's not an entire fan vote. I mean, it is a. I believe there's media involved as well, but that does kind of change the odds a little bit, right? Okay, here we go. Second down 4 after that play. I missed a play. Oh my gosh. Drake shows you I'm losing my focus here. Maybe it's time to watch a movie. Hey, here's a big completion for the Patriots. They're down to the 35-yard line with Mac Hollins right now. This is the best chance they've had here with a big possession. Look, if they could just get a score here, they're obviously in the game. They don't even need to go for a onside kick or anything. There's 12 and a half minutes to go. May wants it up top. He's going for the end zone. He's got Mac Hollins. Touchdown, Patriots. Mac Hollins. They finally decided to go up top, and Mac Hollins has the score. Oops, I got the graphic wrong there, obviously. We know it's 19. You guys are letting me fall apart on the graphics here. Even made me say they had a chance. I forgot there was a touchdown, you guys. All right. Well, you know what? They're going to avoid the shutout here, so it won't be an historically anemic performance. That was a fantastic throw by Drake May. That's the only thing he's ever done here so far. Hey, you could say with the Patriots, it ain't over until it's over. Field goal good, 12 and a half to go. And we don't want, we know the Seahawks, we don't want it to be sad again. It was Job that punched Diggs there, but and I don't know if I feel like apologizing for what I said about Diggs. You know that Diggs egged him on. You know Diggs is getting into him a little bit, but Job did initiate that fisticuffs there. So, but again, if you're Stephon Diggs and you are WR1 and you're basically a no-show in this game, all you've done is gotten a couple of fights. So I'd say loser, as always. And that's what I get for kind of betting on Stephon Diggs here when you go for a bozo like that. The one thing the Patriots will need to do is upgrade at wide receiver for sure. Look, when I come in this game, when I broke it down this morning, I said, look, I think the Patriots have a deeper receiver crew with Diggs, Booty, Douglas, and Hollins, even Henry and Hooper, compared to Njigba, Cup, Shaheed, and Barner, because that's really who's touched the ball. And, you got the backs in there too, but I'm just saying as far as pass catchers in the skill positions, thought that the Patriots had more capable guys of catching the ball. But it's been the pressure here. Still, let's put the score up here. There we go, 19-7. And current line now, Seattle by 12 and a half, total 33 and a half, under 45. Let me see if I can't get a more closer line, 30 flat. So Seattle here, actually 9 minus 120. That 12 and a half was minus 145 at plus 12 and a half. So current line here at Bovada, where I'm looking, is Seahawks 12 and a half minus 35, and they've gone to a 33 over 50 because of the 26 on the board there. They're kind of forced to do so, but all right. And then don't forget some great Olympics coverage tonight. The sports aren't over here. It'll be a exciting night. If you want, not only, as I mentioned, you're going to want to watch this, you might not want to watch the skiing, but the one thing about it, yes, Breezy Johnson with the gold medal performance for the U.S., her first gold of the games. And then later on, the team figure skating, the United States, gold medal there as well. So, but just when Lindsey Vonn crashed out and, is screaming and from pain and crying in pain, they had to bring a helicopter out. If you've gone out for the helicopter for 2 weeks, and you probably shouldn't have come back. You got helicoptered off 10 days ago, probably weren't ready to come back. So Lindsey Vonn should have never been in that race, I'm afraid to say, as legendary as she is. That just, I saw a skier crash earlier on the route, and I was like, immediately I looked, I wasn't paying attention. It was, I think, an Italian skier or French skier. And I saw blonde hair and I go, oh my God, she crashed. I knew it. I knew she was going to crash. It wasn't her. And I'm like, oh gosh, I thought that was her that crashed. And then just a couple skiers later, she crashed. And it was, it was 10 seconds into the run. It was like, as soon as you get to the first part of when the speed of the course starts, she lost control, ran in her stick, the stick. Okay, so they're showing some highlights here from Christian Gonzalez and the plays that he's made today, and one of the standouts here. Seahawks are to return it here with Rashid Shaheed, and he gets it out to the 31-yard line. Shaheed's had a nice day here. So I'm thinking right now, shouldn't the Patriots have gone for 2 there, you guys? I didn't even think, I was so caught up in the moment. Here's a completion to Shaheed for a first down. Why didn't the Patriots go for 2? Did you guys say anything in the chat about this? Usually I'd be all over this if we had a bunch of guys, if we had the crew, and I was like, Mikey and Razor, why are they going for 2? And then Razor tell me why, that makes it an 11-point game. So I guess the Patriots have kind of given up here. Dirty Red says, what about a bozo like May? I don't put May in that category. I think May is performs with more of an upstanding. I don't think he's out there using some of the tactics that Diggs is often. He's a confrontational player, which is fine. But when you're losing, it's a bad look. And it's been really something that's dogged him throughout his career. When Diggs hasn't performed, those are the games where he's usually jawing. So believe me, I bet on him pretty big here. All right, Darnold's pressured. He's going to have to throw it right into the ground here. Not intentional grounding, just an incomplete pass. But the Patriots will get the ball back. Seattle's going to have to punt here, I believe. Remember the second down? I might be a little fast here now. Even I've lost track of the game. Dirty Red says, take the point. Make it 12. You got time here. You're going for 2 touchdowns anyways. Don't worry about 11 points. There's only 11 minutes left in the game, though. But you're right. I mean, if they don't get it, then they're down 13 points. I think I'm going for 2. I'm sure Mike Vrabel knows what he's doing. Okay, 3rd and 11 now from the 40-yard line. Darnold, he's going for the home run ball here, and it's overthrown. Tried to get it to Rashid Shaheed. Boy, he's had so many targets out here today for Shaheed. They really did utilize him. Didn't quite work out for him today, but he certainly got plenty of attempts out there today. That is his 5th target of the game, and only Kupp and Smith and Jigba had more. Hollins also with 5 targets in the game. So now 4th down. and they'll punt. The Patriots will get it back, 10:50 to go, but they can't afford any more 3-and-outs. They really have to get. Oh, it's a great kick! It's a great kick. They're going to be able to down this one. I believe the first contact came at the 4-yard line or so. So that's where the Patriots will have to start. The blue beanie is on the 3. I thought it was on the 4, but maybe they'll spot it at the 3. Let's see here. Yeah, just inside the 4-yard line. I think they'll do a good job there with the radioing it down there. Yeah, you're right, Reg. They could only tie anyways with 11, so you might as well play for the win. If they get anywhere close to even have a chance, right? Forget a tie. So we'll see. They did mark it at the 4. And Darnold back in his own end zone. Oh, man, he had Austin Hooper open, but he overthrew him. Poor touch there by Drake May. Hooper had gotten behind the defense a little bit and was going to be off for a big gain. But May overthrew the receiver on a touch pass. Hooper, from his tight end position, runs a great route, slips by the secondary. The safety far back there, that was going to be a 30-yard gain, but no dice. Now May blitzes on, throw it out here to Stevenson. He's going to leap and pick up a first down with a spectacular play by Stevenson. So he's going to gain probably 11 or 12 there when it's all said and done. Stevenson underutilized in this game. He should have gotten the ball much, much more than this. I mean, if you're not being able to put together anything, like I said, I thought the running was good and hard. It was only 3 yards a pop, but really it was 2 strong gains and then a couple of back trick plays. Day goes for a home run here, and this one is incomplete. Tried to get it to Mac Hollins in triple coverage. I think the Patriots are looking a little too desperate right now. I mean, it is desperation time, but there's no need for the home run here in triple coverage. This ball should have been intercepted. Mac Hollins was in a jump ball. He kind of thought he was interfered with, but really the ball's up for grabs. Anybody can come up there and jump for it. So poor play call there, I think. 10 minutes and 2 seconds to go. Here's May. Afforded a lot more time here. Throws it. Completion here. It's going to be a short gain here for Henry. It is a completion here. I'm pretty sure. Yeah, the ball was pressed against the ground, but it's a completion, but it's going to bring up 3rd and 6. And Drake May is going to take off running. This is probably by design. He's got a nice run up here to the middle, and he gets all the way out to the 37-yard line or so. 9:24 to go. They need a scoring drive here. There's no doubt it needs to be a touchdown. There's no time for a field goal, I don't think, with just under 10 minutes to go. That would only make it a 9-point game because they didn't go for 2. May, here comes the pressure, but he gets it out here again. Completion. So gets it out here for 7 yards right there. Completion. So the Patriots are doing a lot better job with that. Was that Hooper in there? 2nd down 3. May with time again. Steps up. He's throwing a deep ball here. And this one's intercepted at the 25-yard line. This one might be returned all the way back to the 36 by Love. Just a terrible it just felt like the Patriots too desperate there. They were doing just fine with a controlled offense, but the last few deep ball plays, yes, maybe they're under pressure here to get it going, but they'd had their best offense here at all in the game. This thing was underthrown, poorly thrown, terrible pass by Drake May. He gets the interception you guys were looking for. He did beat his longest rush prop there on that last drive, but that's really going to wrap it up for sure here now. Yeah, there's a lot of time left, but what a poor decision by Drake May. The moment was just too much for Drake May. Even when they figured it out here in the offense in the fourth quarter, they weren't smart enough. Vrabel, a defensive-oriented coach, really here. Hey, here's the give to Walker, and he's got good yards here on a pitch to the right side. Cut around the end. Walker, first down and more here for the Seahawks. Clock is stopped. 8:31 to go. Walker now over 115 yards today. This MVP vote will be interesting. We'll see if we stay on the air that long. I got to go throw a temper tantrum after losing a bunch of money in this game. But good running there by Walker. They give it to Walker again, and he's going to get down here to the 13-yard line as he showed that patience that you love to see from your running back. I'm always so amazed when the backs, one thing I always say when I interview some of the high school kids that have that, there's something that, some running backs just hit the hole right, but when some backs can give that hesitation, when you bring yourself to a complete stop, when all the chaos is going on around you, wait for that hole to open. That was a perfect example of that for Walker, who obviously in this season, we already knew he was good and he's had a good, but it does feel like he's put himself in that status of those great running backs that we see right now. Even those, couple of guys we know are those the Derrick Henrys right there, because those guys are a little bit maybe on the downside, and the Colts running back as well. So Dirty Red says May is horrible. Man, I'd take my chances with this guy in the future. I think in his second year here, these young quarterbacks just don't make it really this early in there. Look at what we're dealing with here with all these young quarterbacks. Nobody can figure it out. So you're going to keep a guy like Drake May. I think better things are yet to come for May. Yeah, you're right, Dirty Reg. Walker was a guy who it does feel like he's found it right now. And if you had to rank some of the best running backs in the game here, I think he is up there with those guys right now from what we see. And look, they're not even with Charbonnet here, who certainly would have gotten a few carries, more than Helani there, maybe it feels like. Big O talking about Le'Veon Bell. He was that hesitation back, right? He was the guy who really could wait back there behind the line of scrimmage. Walker bounces to the outside and gets down to the 11-yard line, where it is 3rd and 7 right now. Could we see Myers? A 5th field goal would really help his cause here right now. But like I said, you're right. No kicker's ever going to get it. The pass is out here to Smith and Jigba. It's great to see JSN back in the game, cleared from the concussion, and gets one more reception here. That's his 10th target of the game. Going to finish well short of his numbers. That's just reception number 4 for Smith and Jigba. He missed practically a whole quarter there right now. 5:38 to go. So it is 4th and 4. Probably get a little field goal time here for Myers. Yeah, Elliott. Drake May did play for North Carolina. In fact, they were showing the pregame here highlighting the two quarterbacks, and they showed Drake May's dad, who was also a quarterback for Carolina. And, watching back with the Auburn cut, if you know what that is, the shirts that were kind of half shirts a little bit. Here comes Myers. He's got his 5th field goal of the game. And it's 22-7. Are 5 field goals good enough for the MVP? Could Sam Darnold end up getting it here? He has 202 yards and a touchdown pass, 50% completions, 19 of 38. That's not an MVP stat line, but this has been a defensive game. Walker, of course, 131 yards rushing here right now on 25 carries. Those are MVP-like numbers. He didn't find the end zone, however. And Myers with the 5 field goals here as well. Yeah, Dirty Reg. I agree, Reg. And like I said, I'm serious about this. When I go to the NFL app, the kickers were not listed. Remember, the fan voting is part of the voting. And if you're taking the kicker out of the mix, that's going to immediately eliminate them from contention. I believe so. I think that takes away from his chance. I made a tweet about it just a short time ago. I don't know if anybody else. I didn't look on. Maybe I'll do a search to see if anybody else tweeted about that. But as far as the voting for the Super Bowl MVP and how it takes place, you got 80% media panel. Okay, so it's really just 16 elite guys that pick, and the fans are 20% off of the. You can vote online or on the app or any of their other, either your phone or your laptop. You might even be able to do it multiple times. It's only 20%. Media members' ballots are late in the game, typically around the 2-minute warning. This is how it used to be anyway. Typically around the 2-minute warning, they collect it. I believe that those NBC guys in the booth have a say. These are the elite of the elite football writers. There's only 16 of them actually that are selected. They're writers and broadcasters who vote. That represents 80% of the vote. And then 20% of the vote are from the fans voting. But again, the fans aren't able to vote for the kickers, it feels like to me. But 80% still might be enough to get it done. So, and that's how they determine it. And then the winner gets the Pete Rozelle. I think it's a Pete Rozelle trophy. Thanks everybody for joining me for the broadcast. Hope I did an okay job here. It wasn't an official broadcast. I could have come with a bunch of notes and everything and try, but I've done that before. Believe me, like I said, I've done probably about 50 games in my life of broadcasting. Never professional football. Well, I did one arena football game one time on a stream. Gosh, that was back in the day. That was with the LA Kiss. All right, here's a little return right now by Henderson returns the kick, and he does a nice return here. So still, they're down 15. They're going to need 8 and 7 here. Big return out near the 40-yard line right now, where the Patriots will take over. But maybe the field goal didn't necessarily mean. So they're showing Drake May with his dad at Super Bowl 50. And what I was saying before that was they showed Drake May, and I can remember now knowing, seeing North Carolina, that Drake May, his dad, played, for North Carolina. All of his brothers too. One of his brothers played basketball for North Carolina, and another brother played college baseball. And guess who was just sacked? None other than Drake May. He couldn't get rid of the ball here, and it was Murphy with the big sack. Like I said, I don't know if these voters can write down the entire defense, but you could do that, couldn't you, for Seattle in this game? I don't even know if you could pick one. They have 6 sacks as a team. I don't know if you could pick one player out of this defense who's done the job. Here's a pass to Ramondre Stevenson. He's going to pick up about 5 or 6 yards, but still they're going to be in a 3rd and long here once again. And this is now 4 down territory. And, next year the Patriots will have to play a first-place schedule, so they won't have the excuse. The fans had the excuse of playing the easiest schedule. So one thing about here's May with a pass. Hey, this one's complete and a 1st down out to Hunter Henry. They're out near the 44-yard line there. So here we go. Maybe a little bit of a mode here. And this one's the sack. The ball is picked up, and it's being run in for a touchdown for the Seattle defense. And Wasu isn't a score, or was he down? It's a touchdown. Defensive score here for the Seahawks. Just makes another case for an overall defensive. I don't think there are any rules. I mean, we've had multiple MVPs in the Super Bowl before. In fact, you look at the list of, and it was back in the day, I talked about defensive players, as that was in Wosu, who picked it up on the Drake May fumble. He's had a nightmare of a game. 7 sacks, 3 takeaways. The Seahawks defense, most sacks in Super Bowl history in a game. It was back in, let me see if I get this right, the only defensive player was Chuck Howley, won the MVP for the Dallas Cowboys back in 1971. He is the only defensive player to win solo. Back in 1978, the Dallas Cowboys beat the Steelers. Harvey Martin and Randy White shared the MVP trophy. Oh, and there's one more. Richard Dent in Super Bowl 20. That was one of the biggest blowouts in NFL history there. Oh, man, there's more. Okay. Let me get all these defensive MVPs, man. And what a memory I have. I'm looking at the list now. Other defensive MVPs, Ray Lewis of the Ravens. Remember when the Ravens had an anemic offense with Trent Dilfer at quarterback? Ray Lewis was the MVP. And the Super Bowl, remember, that I went to, there was Dexter Jackson. He's the man that had those interceptions for Tampa Bay, including the return for, I think he had 3 interceptions and a return for a touchdown. He was the defensive player to win it. Also, Malcolm Smith of the Seattle Seahawks also won the Most Valuable Player award back when the Seahawks won the Super Bowl. How dare we forget that in 2014. So I think that's it. Man, that's more than I thought. So Seattle here with another touchdown, 29-7. Man, I really wanted to have some excitement. Hey, maybe the Puppy Bowl replay over here can bring some excitement. We already gave it away there, I think, with the results of the Puppy Bowl, as Team Fluff, I believe, won. Team Fluff won, and Boba was the MVP after all. The Dalmatians had a rough day, I must say. But you do have 3 fresh new breeds that had a great Puppy Bowl, apparently. I've got it on over here, but right now they're showing the cats. You know, the cats are the fans of the game. All right. Yeah, I don't know how long we'll stick around. Maybe long enough to find the MVP. Catch me tomorrow on the morning steam, 9 a.m. Eastern, 6 Pacific. I guess we'll recap the game here. I'll look ahead to the Monday action here real quick. We've got college basketball. We've got NBA. NBA card tomorrow. The Patriots here getting loose a little bit with Demario Douglas, I believe, here out to the 46-yard line. What's the good games tomorrow here? Sixers and Blazers. Thunder at the Lakers. Cavs and Nuggets. And college ball tomorrow. And St. John's and Xavier. Oregon and India. Arizona and Kansas in Lawrence tomorrow. And some big games in the Southland. Houston Christian and McNeese. May throws a completion out here to Austin Hooper. Super duper. Hooper's got a few catches here. I might actually cash some props here with Hooper. Thanks so much, you guys. Really appreciate it. We had over 1,600 viewers here off and on throughout the show. So I'm famous. All right, May is going to take off running here. It's going to slide down to the 37, 3:36 to go. Joel Embiid is questionable for tomorrow's game. Got a penalty here. I believe it's going to be on Seattle. I mean, on New England here, holding. Oh, God. Hey, so I'm looking at some of the reviews. You know, the one thing that the All-American show had that didn't have happen in the NFL show is the profanity was a little bit noticeable there on a lot of this microphone pickup there on that. But hey, that's part of it, right? That's Americana. So it was a holding there.
Final.
So, hey, I'm one of those. I thought I was a fade the public guy. Apparently, everyone is going to lose here with me, huh? May throws a pass out here to Stevenson, and Stevenson's going to get back to the 44-yard line here right now. Remember, you see John Schneider here, the president of football operations. I don't know if it's immediately after this game, but hey, if you'd like to buy a Super Bowl champion, the Seattle Seahawks are for sale here. You can buy a Super Bowl champion right now. Why not start at the top? The Allen family, they're going to sell this franchise here. They're more in a philanthropic mode, it feels like right now, and this franchise is going to garner anywhere from $7 to $9 billion when they are sold. So we'll see what the future holds for this great franchise. I mean, Seattle, you talked about it, 50 years of football with this team. May here throws, got a wide open receiver. That's Diggs. Down to the 7 or 8 yard line right now. And of course, like a fool, he spins the ball when, I mean, I know you're down 22 or whatever, but don't bother throwing the hand of the ball to the referee. Spin the ball. You're up down 22. What a moron. Stephon Diggs here. Jesus. God. What an idiot. Did take a hard hit there a little bit. Held on to it. Good catch there by Diggs, but look, I mean, come on, you guys. I give every player the benefit of the doubt. How many times do I defend so many players from you guys, that are critical and warranted, right? I defend the players a little bit more than everybody. It's easy to be on these shows and critique everybody. It's hard for me to be critical of players sometimes, knowing what they go through to get to, they're a bunch of rich, spoiled guys, but you got to give the players due that do rise to the occasion. But I don't have a problem being critical when I'm critical. Hey, May just tried to throw a fade to Hollins, but it's incomplete. 2nd down and goal here. So could we do maybe we could do a GoFundMe? Should we do the GoFundMe and maybe we could buy the team? Yeah, Larry Brown had the great game, the 3. He had a 3 interception game as well, but he got that. Did we mentioned him, right? We mentioned him, 1996. Did we not mention him? Here, it might be a touchdown. I think the ball actually touched the ground with Stevenson. They've ruled it a touchdown here, but I want to see the replay. I think it actually might have skinned the ground. Now Vrabel's going to go for 2. Ha, 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 ha. That's a catch. That is a nice catch by Stevenson. He has a touchdown here for the Patriots. It almost hit the ground, but it did not. He held it on with those fingers, and watch out. This game might end up with an over. I might end up here getting close to breaking even with my big plays here. Not over yet, but 42. They're still short, even if they get the 2-point conversion here. And Patriots just 2 timeouts left, 2:21 to go. May throws it to the end zone. It's incomplete. Tried to get it to Henry here. Henry also, you got to wonder, this is the first time we've seen some players injured. There was just really a violent collision in the end zone with Henry and Thomas, I believe. I think they might have went, oh no, Bryant in there. Was it Bryant that ended up injured here? Kobe Bryant hurt. Henry gets up. You got to wonder also, is this it for Henry here? You know, he might have some mileage left as well, but he's getting up there as well. He certainly looked a little bit in form tonight, but definitely coming towards the end of his career as well. Might want to see it through with New England one more time. I'm not fretting about the first place schedule for New England. They actually, it feels like they should be an improved team next season. They remember this is a team that won eight games over the last 2 years. So hey, we get an onside kick attempt at, hey, that's football, an onside kick attempt, right? You know, you don't get the surprise. Remember when Coach Peyton surprised with the onside kick? And that changed the momentum of the Saints game when they won their Super Bowl. So, you know, everyone says, oh, it's too tough. It's too tough. I think 10%, which is what we're seeing nowadays, and that's what we were actually seeing before the new rule too. But I think 10% is a fair recovery percentage for a team that needs to get a ball back in a football game. I don't think it should be any higher than that. I think if it was any higher from that, they would be doing a lot more onside kicks. So let's see here. You know, they always have, I always hate the deliberate bounce. It's just too easy. I would go for a random bounce because I would almost put the ball like on its side and kick it so it spins around, you know, and maybe they have to pick it up on that. So E-Rock in there. Hi, E-Rock. Who is the MVP? That's the big question right now. Like I said, you've got a field goal kicker who did kick 5 field goals. You do have now the numbers for Darnold up to 202 yards, 1 touchdown, no interceptions. I think that's key as well. Seahawks special teams coordinator is Jay Harbaugh, son of Jim Harbaugh, and a nephew of, nephew, right? Of Jim, here's the onside kick. It's easily fielded. That was gross. And Walker there, Reg. So Walker, 135 yards, 20 carries. This is a tough vote, no doubt about it. The Gatorade right now is being spun. That is not orange. That is that old Gatorade color. What I said was the original color of Gatorade, right, was that lemon lime flavor. It looks like that's the one they're mixing up here. They're making some fresh Gatorade for this one. E-Rock, when I just went short time ago to the NFL website to vote for MVP, the kicker was not in there. So that will affect because 20% of the MVP vote is what the fans vote on NFL.com and the app. 80% is from 16 media members. Usually these are the longest termed media members, the most established media members here, I believe, including Tirico and Collinsworth, whether they get one vote or not, but I think like the national radio gets a vote as well. And also top NFL, usually I almost kind of call them legacy writers. They're usually very long tenured writers here. Now Darnold just slides down here to get to the 2-minute warning. to avoid a turnover or anything like that. So no sack there, by the way. That's not a sack. They have determined that one of the sacks, this is a little bit important here, one of the sacks for Seattle, that last one on that fumble, has been taken away. So now they have just 6 sacks here right now. So down from 7. So anybody kind of laddered the sacks a little bit, that has gone down to 6. So I think that's the only drama left. And I'll try to hang out here with you guys. We'll find out who the MVP is. I certainly want it to be. All right. Oh, Walker's off to the races. That's going to do it. Walker's going to win. Well, here's the Walker's going to win the MVP. He just busted another touchdown run. The game just went over the total here. It went over. Oh, holding. No wonder he had such a. All right, I almost gave the MVP award. I almost sent in my ballot with Walker. He still might get it there, not because of that run, but that would have done it. That would have done it if he would have gotten it. I got excited because I thought I was going to win my big bet there. Damn it. They kind of caught him off guard a little. It shows the Patriots have totally given up on this game too, even though they got held on that play. You can't have that kind of effort on defense. They've given up. Give the ball to Walker again. Let's see if he can do something. Let's see if he could just even bust off a big run here. They do give it to him straight ahead. He's going to get across the line. It's actually going to have to be a punt here for – so the Patriots will get one last chance to go down the field. They'll take some time off the clock because we've already passed the 2-minute warning and they ran the ball there. So clock is ticking here. They had one timeout left. Or was that the 2-minute warning? Oh, there was 2:01. I'm sorry, you guys. There was 2:01. So, the Patriots have played it right here anyway to give themselves one last chance to go down the field, maybe get another onside, as they were able to save the 2-minute warning as a timeout here. Seattle 335 yards, New England 276. Look how close those yardage totals are actually. Darnold still on 202 yards. Walker 27 of 135 for 135. Drake May 2 interceptions in the game. He goes over on his completions and over in his attempts. Both quarterbacks go over in their attempts. I believe Darnold is going to finish under his attempts. I believe it was 20 and a half, right? 19 of 38. Their Cup, 6 for 61 is an outstanding game. Barner, 4 for 54 with a touchdown. He's an MVP candidate for sure. Matt Collins, 3 for 67. Hey, I won some bets over here. Hold on. Matt Collins, they're going to salvage a little bit. Oh, boy, I need one last score here. May actually ends up with more passing yards, I believe, than Darnold here in the end. Let me see what it is. May 240 there. Oh, so we got May over in his yards here. Okay. And I went under in Darnold's yards as well. So still going to be a loser if I don't get the total, but salvage a few props here right now. Coming down to the end of the Super Bowl. Thank you so much, you guys, for joining me on this for this broadcast. It went pretty fast. So, all right. Yeah, I mean, look. Where's the scoreboard here? There's Sports Money says the Seahawks smashed in this one. And he cashed both TD plays at the Win Club. Great job, Mike. Hope you had a great Super Bowl. Hope you had fun watching the game. And hopefully you were listening to me do the play-by-play. I hope you didn't turn me off for those guys. I thought I did okay calling the action here. I was a little bit looser than if it was, hey, if I was doing a pro broadcast, I would have been, having all the stuff in front of me. I think Walker's going to win it, you guys. I really think it'll be Walker in the end. It probably should be the defense in general. And I also believe that Myers should have gotten more. I think it was a mistake by the NFL. Seattle with a line drive kick with no, and this is a brilliant kick, actually, out of bounds at the 6-yard line. No one was back. They were bringing the heat. He just did a line drive kick. It was a perfect kick. That's how you do it. All right, ball at the 12-yard line here. All right, I just put another tweet about the voting there under Ben Fox's tweet. That's one you want to put it under. So, hey, a little bit of a gainer here right now. 51 seconds ago, May passed to Hooper for 17 yards out to the 17-yard line, or out to the 28-yard line. And I think May just got sacked again right now, although it is also a penalty marker here. It's offsides on the defense. 47 seconds to go right now. Myers sets an NFL record for the most field goals in a Super Bowl game by an individual kicker with 5. That matches his jersey number. Was it 5? Yeah, 5 for 5. All right. Hey, let's take a look at the odds for next season right now. Who was going to win the Super Bowl? Who is favored to win the Super Bowl? See what odds come out here when they release it. Who do you like? Do you like Seattle again? We've already talked about some of those other teams. May tried to chuck it downfield. Another flag is down here. We've got a little bit of flags coming out here somewhat towards the end of the game. It was a pretty clean game, though, really. You know, Sam Darnold went from the Jets, from seeing ghosts to Super Bowl champion. Mike McDonald, also great job. Here's a pass to Mario Douglas out to the 47-yard line. 31 seconds left. The clock is running here. No need to spike it. Just try to run a play or two. Maybe this is the one where you want to go for the home run here. May going for a little Hail Mary action with 15 seconds left. Ball is overthrown. Tried to get it down here to Booty in triple coverage. Even though I was like, even though I was saying maybe take a home run shot, probably could have thrown a 30 or 40-yarder with wide open guys there. So 12 seconds left here. We'll go with two more plays. Thanks, everybody. Really appreciate it. May dumps it off here to Henderson. And Henderson will run it out. I believe the clock will run out on the Super Bowl. He ends up, Henderson may have gotten all of his yardage props on his receiving plays there. And he gets the Gatorade bath. Oh, what was it, you guys? What was the Gatorade bath there? Seattle wins the Super Bowl 29-13. Darnold 19-38, 202 yards. Walker 27 carries, 135 yards. Cooper Kupp 6 receptions for 60 yards. Drake May 26 of 41, 271 yards, 2 TDs. Hey, those are good numbers. But the Seattle Seahawks, congratulations to the Seahawks and all their fans. And if you had yellow as your Super Bowl Gatorade at plus, I think it was 5-2 there. Yellow gets the dumping there. So we got that one out of the way. Congratulations to Seattle. Congratulations to everybody in the chat and the public. You guys were right. I just could, although I guess I'm wrong. I can't believe it. I can't believe that the public was on. I thought I was being clever taking the Patriots here in the under. Apparently, that's what the public was on. The sharps were on, according to you guys. I totally disagree. I'm going with the bookmakers that are saying the public cleans up here with 70% of the money here as some of the. I listened to some of those those betting analysts that kind of are in touch with the bookmakers and everything. Not that the chat isn't always right, but I believe the public has won big time here. I'll recap it on the morning steam tomorrow and let you know exactly what the bookmakers had to say. Those are the guys that tell the story here. So great job. Thank you guys for being here with me. I'd do it again. Even if I knew it wasn't going to be a great game. So great job, you guys. Really appreciate it. I'll be back tomorrow with the morning steam, 9 a.m. Eastern, 6 Pacific. We'll break it down. We'll talk basketball as well. We might even talk a little Olympic hockey on the women's side. Maybe start to roll out some of the men's coverage finally. Maybe have some Olympic plays tonight here. We've got plenty of time on my hands with no sports tonight like we always experience at the end of the Super Bowl day. It's a good night to get some sleep for Ramon probably, huh? So thank you so much, everybody. I'm just sticking around, see if we can get that MVP. It's going to take a while because we got to go to the interviews for the podium interviews, the dumb NFL thing. NFL's got, you got to admit, you guys got to agree with me with this. The NFL has the worst trophy. So they'll bring the trophy out with people kissing the trophy, right? I mean, is that really what we want to do? Granted, they bring a legendary Seattle player out. Who would you pick if you had to pick a great Seattle player to walk it out there? Who was a guy? Maybe could they go back to the 70s? I think when they won it last time, was it Steve Largent that walked out the trophy there a little bit? And who could they pick this time? Maybe someone from that last, could be like could it be one of those legends from that Seattle game from before with the other Super Bowl victory here? And want to also to my two guys from the Seahawks from San Diego, Shaheed there, and Myers as well, winning it. So I think they're cowards not picking the kicker. And like I said, very worthy to pick a defense, the entire defense. I don't know who you could actually pick from this defense who had the best numbers for Seattle. Jones had 10 tackles. Job had 6 tackles. Witherspoon, 4 tackles, 3 quarterback hurries. How about the sacks in there? We know we saw some sackage going on with the 6 sacks in the game. So Witherspoon just got interviewed. I'll tell you what, if you had Witherspoon, he had, like I said, 4 tackles, 3 quarterback hurries. If you had to pick one, he seemed to be the man that was most present on the defensive side, I thought, for Seattle. I'm just looking to see some of the people talking about who could be the MVP. People coming in. Witherspoon's getting a lot of talk on social media right now. Of course, Walker as well. You know, Darnold is a quarterback. He did have 202 yards, and I think the key stat for Darnold, remember what I said, I think Darnold is going to make the big mistake in the game. He'll be the one throwing the interception. No, that was not the case. So, man, it takes a long time to set up this stage. We might just cover it tomorrow. Really nice to be with everybody here. It is going to take too long, I feel like, to get everybody on that stage, and they don't even announce it until they, present the Super Bowl trophy. So, all right. I don't know if I'm going to last it out here right now to get that. And we'll find out soon enough. You guys will all find out as well. Join me tomorrow on the show. Hello to Lonely Girl in the chat. Lonely Girl, the winning color was yellow. Yellow Gatorade. I like to call it the OG flavor. Before there was any flavors of Gatorade, there was the yellow, right? And you know what? Sometimes when I go for a Gatorade, I go back old school and go for the yellow there. That was a true Gatorade. And you heard Dylon yesterday on our broadcast on the UFC talk about, there it is, a big time yellow. Talk about orange. And orange has been the one we saw them mixing the Gatorade there at the end, right? The thing about orange and why orange has been used so much and been the winning color many times is because nobody drinks orange. It's always the flavor that was sitting there on the bench already. Now we finally get a Marshawn Lynch commercial there. That's what I thought. Ramondre, they should have went Marshawn with him. I felt like he should have been getting more carries. I thought Ramondre Stevenson should have had more carries in the game, actually, and tried to get him loose. Some ball control, if you will. They just couldn't get it going early, and they moved away from the run. They only rushed 13 times in the game. All right. The favorite to win the Super Bowl next season is out here at a couple of books. I'm kind of grouping them together, but the Seattle Seahawks are the favorite to win the Super Bowl next season at 15-2. The LA Rams are 8-1, the third choice. Fourth here, Baltimore and Buffalo, a couple of books, both have them around 12-1 right now. The Green Bay Packers, 14-1, are the fifth choice to win next season. The Chargers are up there with the Eagles, Mikey, at 15-1, each of those teams. Detroit Lions, 18-1. Kansas City, one book has them at 16-1, another book has them at 18-1. Patriots, 18-1. Niners, 18-1. Broncos, 20-1. Texans, 20-1. Jaguars, 20-1. The Bears are 28-1. Bengals, 30-1. Cowboys, 30-1. Colts, 40-1. Starting to get into territory. We got, the Commanders, 45-1. Falcons, 50-1. Bucks, 50-1. Vikings, 55. Giants, 75. Steelers, 100-1. Browns, 125. Raiders, 125-1. Come on. They aren't going to be that close. Even that close. Panthers, 150-1. Imagine these teams are behind the Raiders. Please. Titans, 150-1. New Orleans, 175-1. Arizona, 200-1. Miami, 225-1. The Jets, 250-1. All right. Just sticking with you a little bit. I was hoping to be here and take a look here. Dirty Reg was talking to Hernandez and Strickland. I thought he was talking about Fluffy in the Puppy Bowl there. I don't even think Drake May could have been the MVP of the Puppy Bowl, even though he looked like a dog out there. Seattle was 60-1 to win the Super Bowl this season, so you have to, and so were the Patriots. So I think when you look at the odds there a little bit, you got to take a look at all the way down the list to some of those teams, like we said. Upwards of 60-1, right? If you had to look at the group of teams that are kind of in that boat, maybe playing an easier schedule too, I said Vikings, Buccaneers, Falcons, they're the teams kind of in the 50 to 60-1 range. All right. Oh man, I really want to hang out for the MVP. This is one of the. I tell you what, if we didn't know, I mean, if it was obvious, I'd probably go off the air here right now. So I'm going to go back and listen to the alternative broadcast. Boy, I'd be really disappointed. The reports are that there was, quite a use of profanity in some. I know Kid Rock songs. That's what they're talking about too. But lots of profanity in that All-American show. So, Dirty Red, are you saying it is Walker? Like you know it, or just feel like it is going to be Walker? So I do want to be sure before we go. So join me tomorrow for the show. If you're here new for the first time on the Sports Money Network, this is our channel started by the Sports Betting Brothers, MMA Jeff and Mikey Money, about 2.5 years ago. I joined this team because I love sports betting and I love the name Sports Money Network. And these guys give me a great platform to do something like this. They all wanted to come on the show and do that with me, but I wanted to be alone with you guys here. Oh man, another commercial. Can I really outlast this right now? Oh, we could talk a little more football. It's going to be 29 weeks anyways, you guys, before the next kickoff here. We always love it, right, when we start to get out there in the summer and it's too hot for the preseason games, and we're glad to have it. And then when it comes to an end, we didn't want it to end. There's no one shining moments in the Super Bowl, though. All right, I'm going to just try to stay here for a few more minutes, see if we can get the Super Bowl MVP tonight for the Super Bowl champion. Seattle Seahawks for the second time. My team has never won a Super Bowl, and I'm 58 years old, and you got to wonder. Feel pretty good. I think I could go 20 or 30 more years, but first of all, there's no team in San Diego, even though I still claim the Chargers. And Mike Tirico and Chris Collins were taking a victory lap, but I wasn't impressed. I listened to the whole game. I'm a Collinsworth fan. I didn't think he was that good here tonight. It's kind of tough, when I'm doing my own broadcast. Hey, Seattle, one thing about Seattle in this postseason here, as they became the 17th ever franchise to win multiple Super Bowls, they had no turnovers in the postseason. That's a big credit, actually, to Sam Darnold, I think. Oh, Bad Bunny's the MVP. No, just kidding. Just kidding, chat. And, of course, I think with winning the Super Bowl, don't we get to see Seattle on the first Thursday night game of the season here, right? Don't they get to host the Thursday night game at home next year in front of the 12s? So we'll see there. I didn't have a post-game show planned, so apologies if you're still hanging here with me, hanging out, waiting to find out who the Super Bowl MVP is, because I can't stand it. I really would go the whole defense. I don't think one guy is to differentiate on the defense a little bit. Walker, monster game, didn't get in the end zone. I would say monster game, just a really great game. It helps to be. It helps that it was the Super Bowl. right? So here comes I believe the trophy will now be awarded here with that. Are they dumping the corny ceremony? Oh, good. It looks like they have, unless we missed it and they did it without us looking. But the trophy is up there, just sitting there by itself right now. So maybe they listened to me. Maybe they dumped that thing where they. I didn't mind. I thought kissing the trophy though, the Super Bowl trophy. They tried to eliminate that out. The COVID Super Bowl, they didn't have that. I don't think. There's Jody Allen, the owner of the Seahawks. This is it for her. Remember, they are selling this franchise. I would guess, barring the fact that they couldn't sell it, but who wouldn't want to buy this franchise for holding it up? And of course, her husband, of course, was Paul Allen, the computer magnate here. Mike Tirico's hosted this portion before. There's Cooper Kupp. Is he standing out there on his last football game? Jody Allen acknowledging the Seahawks fans. Oh, they got some nice Letterman style jackets there that say Super Bowl champs. So, look, I don't think there'll be a shortage of suitors for the Seahawks franchise. They might balk at that $6 to $8 million price tag to buy the team. But again, this team is for sale as of a half an hour ago, pretty much. So we're about to get it here, just moments away. McDonald gets the trophy and a hug from Mrs. Allen. And they present the trophy, and look who is representing the defense. I believe that is Witherspoon there, along with Darnold. But I think Witherspoon is the man representing the defense. It's interesting that he's kind of on the podium with Darnold right now. Maybe they did take one, but maybe one of those two men are the Super Bowl MVP here, actually. Right there. I believe that is Witherspoon. He's wearing a Super Bowl trophy, but I'm pretty sure that is him. Dirty Reg wants to go to bed too. So I don't think it is Walker up there. So, hey, just know that, hey, it's February 8th, and some of the teams are going to be reporting here, pitchers and catchers. We saw the Red Sox loading up their truck. So pitchers and catchers about to report here this week for some of the teams. So, hey, is the Turning Point post-game show on? The only Turning Point I'm interested in is Dr. David Jeremiah. That's the real Turning Point. With all due respect to Charlie Kirk. But I'm a little bit a man of faith, and Dr. David Jeremiah, that's my pastor, if you know what I mean. He's a televangelist for the most part, but he shared many sidelines with him, covering his team. McDonald up there acknowledging the moment. All right, the show's just about over, guys. We're going to get that award here as soon as we're done with these interviews here with Maria. Okay, here we go. Kenneth Walker does win the Super Bowl. That was Kenneth Walker up there. My apologies. Walker wins the Super Bowl MVP here. Walker, 27 carries, 135 yards. Don't forget, 2 receptions for 26 yards, 161 total yards. That's a pretty good night for Kenneth Walker, who has put himself among the elite running backs in the game here right now, if he wasn't already. Thanks a lot, everyone, for joining me. See you tomorrow on the morning steam. Thank you to Mikey Money and MMA Jeff for allowing me this platform, not only today, but on all the other days and shows as well. So for the Sports Money Network, I'm Ramon Scott. So long for the Super Bowl.